We're live on YouTube.
Yay. Okay. Do you have the link for YouTube? Okay. I do see the question in the chat, and we will get started very, very shortly. Um, yeah, what's the link to the live stream, agent? Starting. We do see the question in the chat, and we'll get started. Okay. I'm gonna.
I just put in the chat.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna pin. So today for this kind of panel, we have Sydney, Ajax, and David. So I'm gonna go ahead and start off. We do have a question. I did see that one in the chat as well. We've gotten a bunch of questions throughout kind of the conference today. Is the party socialist? Is democratic socialist a better label? And can you provide some more clarification on like how the party feels about socialism?
Yeah.
I'm gonna record and then I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Or is the YouTube recording Ajax?
You should probably record. I bet the YouTube is too, but we should probably record.
Okay, so
then can you please repeat who that question was directed to? Because I had two audio streams coming in, one from YouTube and one from Zoom, and it was overlapping.
Yeah, question is just a general question. It wasn't directed at anyone specifically. This is just a question that we've kind of been getting throughout the Zoom or throughout the convention. So the one that I've been seeing a lot is the party socialist? And if socialist isn't the right word, is democratic socialist a better word, or how does the party feel about socialism in general?
I don't think that the party identifies as socialist or as democratic socialist. I think that the party has solutions that are socialist in nature, sure. Like in the platform, we see the idea of like employee-owned and community-owned grocery stores, city-owned grocery stores. We see the idea of city-owned transit, public transit. So, I mean, those things definitely would be like socialist in nature and the idea that they're communally owned. The United States is not a socialist country. It is a capitalist country. And we understand how difficult it is for people to live in this capitalist country. And we understand that corporatism is part of the reason why this country is so difficult to live in, why it's quite frankly hostile to the average person to live in. And I think, there are parties out there that are socialists that have that bigger, longer term vision of changing America into a socialist country. But I think the Progressive Party is really rooted in fighting the corporatism that, again, is really hostile towards people living across the country, that's driving costs of living up, that's resulting in unemployment, a wide variety of perils. And I think that we're more interested in seeing material impact in people's lives sooner rather than later. And looking at the system that we've got, and that doesn't mean keeping the system that we've got, but turning down the hostility to make a more livable country. And whatever label people decide to put on that, I think that we'll take it. Sydney, do you have a perspective on that?
I feel like you summed it up very well. I mean, corporations are hurting America and hurting American people, and just fighting that corporatism is something that is very important. Also, providing, food for people, providing healthcare, providing, public transit, and also breaking up monopolies and allowing small business to flourish.
Yeah, and I think it's important too to remember that as far as the rest of the world is concerned, America does not have a left party and a right party. We have a right party and a far right party. So, it may feel like compared to what you're used to, our positions are very left, but they're really, I think, more centrist, in the world stage.
Hey guys. Everyone, again, please feel free to raise your hand or just unmute or send questions in the chat. Otherwise, I'm gonna kind of start pulling from my little question bank that I have here. And I am monitoring the YouTube live stream as well. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, you can also send questions in the chat and they will be asked. Okay. So what is kind of a way, or how do you prevent the party's identity becoming more personality driven or about the founders and leaders? How do you make sure that it stays about the people and the party?
Can I take that one? So there we have this platform, right? And the party leader, which is Sydney, was responsible for developing the platform. And what the people don't see, what you don't realize, is that she spent months going out and contacting business owners and other people through LinkedIn. Like, she did a lot of on the ground research, finding out what people want so that it wouldn't be just her vision, it would be everybody's vision. And I think, keeping that philosophy is what's going to keep us, connected to the people.
Thank you, David. Next question. So other than electoral success and kind of running people in 2026, what do you think growth looks like for the Progressive Party, either internally or externally?
I'm going to say that this is a great question to ask the candidates that are running for party chair. Ultimately, whoever is the party chair is making strategic decisions for the party and the way that it grows and the way that it molds itself. So just to kind of define everyone's roles, we have the treasurer who's responsible for fundraising. Sydney, the party leader, is responsible primarily for platform and policy. I'm responsible primarily for volunteer programs, and it's just keeping us to a timeline. So, I mean, right now, the trajectory is that we dramatically expand electoral programs at a very quick pace, and that we're able to run, win, and lead at every level of government across the country. Our incoming party chair might make a different decision on that, and that's why it's so important that people vote in this election.
Awesome. Thank you, Jack. Checking. All right, we do have a question from YouTube here. What offices would you run people for in 2026 generally? And what is your stance towards fusion with or endorsement of Democrats?
So we are mostly running our candidates as independents in 2026 with the progressive endorsement. And we want to run people for local office, state legislature, city council, school board, things where people will be able to make a difference in their community and start building the party the local from the local level. And it is so important that we are going to be able to build at a local level so that we can get to those bigger seats in government eventually and start growing the party. And for that, we don't do fusion voting with Democrats because we believe that both parties are responsible for what is going on right now. We believe that both parties are the problem, and we want to provide a change that isn't beholden towards corporations or lobbyists.
Thank you, Sydney. Anybody else have any thoughts? We have a hand up as well. So
Yeah, that's me.
go ahead,
Um,
Melanie.
I got here towards the end of it, but I did hear a little bit about David's statement that where you guys are kind of like in the middle, a little moderate, which sounds great to me, you know, as you're capturing 2/3 of the population, not just the people who are like Democrat or left, but there's a lot of people who are independent right now. But what are some of the strategic messaging that you're gonna incorporate that counteracts the party's name? Because progressive to a lot of these moderate Republicans is not gonna sound very moderate.
Well, I think that is primarily answered through the way that we train our candidates. Parties, I'm of the opinion that parties shouldn't exist. I think that it's like a sub-level of government that's so unnecessary. I've got cabinets open. It's like another layer of government that's so unnecessary, and it's another layer where like corruption can happen and bribes can happen and influences that can happen that really aren't supposed to be there. We're not running a party across the country, we're running candidates across the country. So if someone, walks up to you in rural West Virginia and says, I'm with the Progressive Party and my name's Tom, I expect people to run from that, and I would want them to run from that. What I want that candidate instead to say is, hey, I know that we're struggling. We've got a lot of small businesses that are closing. I want to fix it up. My name's Tom, and I'm running with the Progressive Party. So when we train candidates, we guide them through there's an educational platform suite called Platform Hero. And essentially the idea is we start with you. Tell us everything about you. Then it's tell us everything about your community. Tell us everything about what you're going through, what the economic factors are. Then it's what are the actual solutions to those, right? And all along here, they're building their campaign, they're recruiting their staff, they're training up their staff. Then at the end, I brought it up in the YouTube live stream earlier, there's this assignment called Slogans and Solutions. And essentially people take those answers to those questions of what the problems are, and they find a marketable way to pass them along. Then by the end of the program, they have a complete campaign. So if you're going out and running based on, you should have your identity as part of that, right? As part of your campaign. Because, I live in a city that has such desperate inequalities. It means a lot to me to make sure that the floor is raised up so that we are more equal, so that we have a more functional and economically stable city. Identity is a part of that. There's a wonderful talk given by George Cherry Jr., I think it was yesterday, on identity in politics. But at the end of the day, people really need to lead with the issues. We can't get swallowed into what the letter behind someone's name is, right? So that's my answer. I mean, it's entirely on candidates to present themselves not as I'm here with the Progressive Party, but we are in this together. We have these problems. I'm asking for your trust to fix them.
Great. Yeah, that answered my question. Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't find anything. All right. All right. I have a question. So this one is going to be for Sydney. So what is something that you have already had to say no to in order to protect the party's values?
That's a really good question. So I made a video about this about a month ago. So I have a LinkedIn account where I use to, connect with people and make connections outside the party, learn about other people, connect with, poli politicians, people working in politics to, advance the party's values and stuff like that. Like last month, I got a request from a lobbyist that lobbies for like Oracle and companies like that, and was like, "Hey, I want to meet. I want to talk about how we can work together." And I immediately hit no on that request because I do not want this party to be bought out by Oracle. I do not want this party to be bought out by any corporation or any special interest. I have already had to say no to lobbyists, and I will continue to do that until the day I'm no longer on this planet.
Awesome. Thank you, Sydney. That was perfect. Next question is going to be for Ajax. So, what do you think is the biggest operational risk to the party right now, and how are you planning on addressing it, or how are you already addressing it?
I think that the biggest operational risk to, well, there's barriers and there's risk. I think that the biggest operational risk that we have is fear. We're doing something that's only been done a handful of times in American history. Not only are we changing the political landscape by introducing another major party, all across the country, we're changing the narrative. We're changing the way that we talk about the world that we live in. For the longest time, it's been red or blue, red or blue, red or blue, right? And I think that deep inside all of us, we have this little like reactionary, like, I'm going to go get it, this little revolutionary, excuse me. But I think oftentimes when we get toe to toe, and stand on business, we get like, oh, shoot, we're doing that. Right. And I see that in every movement space that I'm in. I'm a grassroots community leader. I do it here. I'm a statewide coalition leader. I've been a nationwide part of nationwide coalitions. And there's always this point, like right before we do something great, where people get cold feet. So I think like more than lobbying, more than the DNC trying to sink us in money, more than really anything else that could pop up, fear is going to be the biggest thing. If we've got a candidate that's decided, you know what, I could do a better job, but I'm not going to run. That's kind of scary, If we've got volunteers that are like, I believe in this, but I don't know if I want to knock on somebody's door to, try and convince them to believe in it too. And in reality, with that, like oftentimes when you're at that position, if you just take one more step, you overcome everything, right? And the impediment that we have is that fear. So I think that's the biggest risk. And I think that particularly with the You Can Run and We Can Win programs, there's a reason it's not called the Let's Go Run, it's supposed to be empowering. And the way that we're setting up our systems and the way that we're setting up our electoral infrastructure is made to seem like an easy bite for someone to take, to have incremental small steps so people can feel comfortable, because comfort alleviates fear moving forward. So it's definitely something we've thought about, but that would be my answer.
Thank you, Ajax. That was perfect. Next question is for David. Go in order here. So David, as a member representative, my question for you is, what feedback from members has challenged leadership's assumptions the most so far, or one or two?
I don't know that the members have been out of step with the leadership. And maybe it's because we're small, and so the core people that we've attracted have, probably 90% have come because of Sydney, right? And so they heard her vision and they came. So they have all been so far pretty much in step. Now we do start to see like these discussions about socialism and stuff. There are some people who wish we would go further with some things and stuff like that. But it's just been like, conversation in the Discord, right? It hasn't been anybody challenging like, oh, we should change direction. Yeah.
So do you think like most of the feedback that you're getting is that the party should take things further? That's kind of like the main.
Oh no,
feedback that
not most of the feedback. I think I'm just saying there are some people who feel that way, right? I mean, everybody's got their pet issue, is what it comes down to, and so on any given issue, you can find somebody who would take a much more extreme stance, like, oh, there should be no corporations, or oh, there should be like free healthcare for everybody, or there should be, you know, there's always somebody who wants something extreme. Um, but I feel like we want to be a big tent, right? We want to include a lot of people. We don't need everybody to all agree on every point. Okay, we want to have values about the way people and government interact. And then within that, there's lots of room for different solutions, right? So I think that's the more important thing rather than a specific policy.
Thank you, David. All right, taking it back to Sydney. So how do you personally define success for the party if electoral wins are slow or delayed at first? What are kind of some other markers that you use to determine success?
Well, I honestly think we're successful already. I mean, we're starting conversations about third parties in politics. We are having a huge backing of people that are learning about us either through online or through friends. Word is spreading. And whenever people who have no clue about the party learn about the party, 9 times out of 10, they're all in. We have an idea here that could change America, and people are so excited about it. And I see that as success. And as we continue to expand, I believe that the support we have from the people will be the thing that gets us those vital electoral wins.
Thank you, Sydney. I could not agree more. Yeah, I think the party is super successful. And yeah, just getting people that have never heard about it before and like having them hear about it is kind of the marker of success. All right, Ajax, for you. What are systems in place that help to prevent burnout among staff and volunteers as the party scales?
Well, we're young as a party. We've been around for a year, so it's very much been trial and error. One thing that I think has been working great is we've modified our strategy over the last couple of months to try to bring multiple people in for similar or the same positions. And the idea isn't shared responsibility, it's shared workload. I think the best example of this is the You Can Run Coordinators program. There are 6 or 7 coordinators who get pretty much an equal amount of work depending on, and sometimes it changes depending on how much work they can take on from all across the nation, right? And they're split into different regions. We're working right now on expanding the amount of content creators that we have. At the end of the day, this is very skilled and specialized work that we do. So it does require a lot of brain energy and it does require a lot of dedication. And like burnout with the staff that we have that has the expertise that we have, which, you know, varies from been at this for a while to stepped onto the tarmac a month ago. It is, you know, like people are going to get burned out here and there. But I think another really important thing is that we have really open communication and really flexible timelines. What we do is we build in strategic periods. We say during this quarter, we're going to get this done, and this done. right? So if one of those things needs to be pushed back by like Platform Hero is an example of that, our candidate education suite. It came out like 3 months after the quarter where it was supposed to be released started. But we were able to mitigate that because we were putting work in other places. So it's a very active balance. And as the chief of staff, like I've been working with volunteers a long time. I've worked with teams that have 5 volunteers. I've worked with teams that have literally had like 400 volunteers. And it really just is a matter of like having open enough communication, being able to leave open an avenue for someone to say, I don't have time, I can't do this, and trying to build the kind of infrastructure where it's almost like almost like an ice cube tray where you can tilt it a little bit and work goes to other people. Everything we do is designed to be sustainable, and we're trying to pace it out well. Like there's a reason, and we build backwards too. So like as we were building the You Can Run program, the recruitment infrastructure was the last thing that we touched. Because we want to be able to phase people in so our candidates don't get burnt out either.
If I could add to that too, on the board, we've had some people, not necessarily because of burnout, but have to pull back for personal reasons, like things have changed in their lives. And what I've observed is when one person needs to pull back, somebody else steps up, right, and takes their place. So, Ajay mentioned like, groups as small as 5. It'd be pretty hard if there were only 5 people. But I think we've reached the point where there's enough members, enough interested people that when we need to make a call and we look around, we say, hey, would you like to step up and do this? We're able to find people to fill in and take care of things.
Awesome. Thank you, David. All right. We got one more question for David, and then we're going to kind of wrap things up pretty soon here. But David, what is something that you would tell a member who may feel skeptical that their voice doesn't really truly matter?
I would say that, you can't know unless you ask, right? If you feel like you're going to make a comment, it's going to be ignored, so you don't make the comment, you'll never know, right? If you want to say something, you should get into Discord and say it and tell us and see what happens. Like we're listening to the people. That's the whole point of this party, is to listen to the people. Like that's what we want.
I'm going to tag on to that. Come to a board meeting. Like we're so willy-nilly with who gets put on the stage. It's like, oh, this for I even put trolls on the stage just for fun. Sometimes people show up with nothing good to say. It's like, oh, well, why don't you like actually say it? So yeah, come to a board meeting.
Awesome. Does anybody have any closing remarks? We are gonna kind of close up this session and give you guys a 10-minute break before the next one, but does anybody have anything else that they want to share before we finish up here?
Just thank you for supporting the party. It really means a lot, and we're going to be able to make such amazing change thanks to you guys.
Thank you, Sydney. All right. I think it is a different Zoom room for the next one, right, Ajax?
Is it?
Yeah, unless we want to just keep all of it in here today, which would be fine.
I would just keep it in here because then we can keep it streaming.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna stop the recording. So
Whoa.
I'm gonna message our speakers and just let them know that it's all gonna be in this room today.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody. 3:15 Eastern Standard Time.
Sydney, I hate to do this, but I'm probably going to have to step away for like an hour, hour and a half.
Okay.
I just updated the website to have both the wait, what happened?
I think it was sitting back again. I'm getting back to you later.
I just updated the website to like update the links and add the YouTube link.
Cool. Thank you.
Then I'll just leave my laptop open so it should keep streaming to YouTube.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'll be reachable on Slack if you need anything.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jeff. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I want to invite everybody to please turn the cameras back on. So next up, we are going to get our workshop series started. We have Melissa here, the political mommy, who gave a keynote yesterday for us. Melissa is going to be walking us through our workshop called How We Build Power Online. So Melissa, I'm gonna kind of give it over to you, and you can kind of, you should be able to share your screen.
Awesome. Sorry, I thought I had
Can
my-
you share your screen?
I think I can, yes. I'm pulling it up right now. Sorry about that.
No worries. Take your time. All right. I just co-hosted you, so now you should definitely be able to.
Okay, great.
I am going to record this also, if that's okay with you.
Totally fine. All right. So, do I? Okay. All right. So you don't need a big platform to get started. It's really not about going viral or anything like that. It's really just about like turning anything that you care about into action, and you don't necessarily need to be an expert. You just need some clarity. So you need clarity and intention and community. Today, obviously, isn't about going viral. It's more about learning how to use your voice in a way that actually moves people and creates change. So the first thing that you need to do is identify your cause. So what do you care about? Is there a cause, a movement, or an injustice that is bothering you right now that you really want to create something about? Creating change online comes from intention and not really perfection. So anything that you're thinking about that you think you might want to create about is where you should lean. Proximity matters. And what I mean by that is lived experience gives credibility, and you don't have to know everything, but you do have to know something, and you just have to care is really the biggest thing. So for myself, whenever I talk about education, I make sure that I stamp the fact that I'm a former special education teacher. So if there's like any sort of job role that you have that makes you an authority in the space, it just helps give that extra credibility. So define the goal. So this is the most important, I would say, part, because it's like, what are we doing here? Are we raising awareness, creating urgency, or are we having people do a specific action? So awareness versus action. Awareness isn't always enough. You're going to have to figure out who is it that you're helping, or what organization are you helping? And is just getting the word out there enough? Or is there something that we all should be doing to help this person, whether that's donating or calling a member of Congress or emailing a senator? There's some sort of action that should potentially go along with your awareness. And then often just remembering that lives are often on a timeline, and a lot of these things have to move pretty quickly. So there is a sense of urgency always in your creating. So then I have an example here. This was a case of a 16-year-old American citizen from Florida. He was detained by the IDF for 9 months. He was visiting his family home in the West Bank when the IDF broke into his home in the middle of the night and kidnapped him. He was starved, tortured, and denied medical care for almost 9 months. He was covered in scabies from head to toe, and was also denied legal counsel, access to legal counsel. So there were a lot of his rights being denied, and our government wasn't really doing anything. And so his family and some advocates got together, reached out to a bunch of creators, and we all just got together and decided, like, this is the messaging that we need to go with. We need to make sure that we're contacting his state representatives in Florida, but also the embassy in Israel, to make sure that they are aware of the situation. And to our surprise, when we were calling, we were like, wait, what? An American kid? Like, they had no idea of his case. And so I think sometimes when we call these places or we email them, we assume they know, and sometimes they really don't. And sometimes it's the workers or the employees that really make the difference because it might be something that they care about more than, the representative. And so sometimes the employees can maybe even push for a little extra support here and there if they have the full context. So just making sure that you really explain the situation. If it is like almost a life and death situation, Mohammed actually watched, I believe it was a 17-year-old detainee that was in his cell die right in front of him because of starvation. And so for us, it was very urgent that we get this American child home immediately. With all of our calling and emailing, we honestly annoyed representatives, and they were able to get him embassy representation at an emergency hearing overnight. It was like, we have to take care of this now because we're kind of sick of hearing about it, unfortunately. And he got out that night. So just realizing that like the power of social media can be really good. I know a lot of times it can be really, really draining and really dangerous and soul sucking, but it can also be really, really good if we use it in these types of ways. And it's also just a reminder of the fact that when we work together collectively, we can really create change. And it's also a reminder for the people in power that like, hey, you guys work for us. So the next thing is like building the assets, right? So going back to the case with Mohammed, we had call scripts so that when you called your senators, you knew exactly what to say. When you called Mohammed's senators, you knew exactly what to say. And when you called the embassy, you knew exactly what to say. There were also email templates. We made it super easy for people to copy and paste and send out a bunch of emails at one time. And then we created talking points. So we had short version of scripts, long versions of scripts, and links and contacts for everyone. Those links included petitions and contacts for their own state representatives as well as Mohammed's. So we've really provided as much context as we possibly could for people to make it as easy as possible. A lot of times these assets do take time to create, and sometimes when you're raising awareness and you have these, kind of more elaborate call to actions where it's like, call this senator, call the embassy, call here, also email all of these people and tag them. Something like a link in bio is very helpful to have all of your actions in one place so that anyone viewing your content can easily just go there, click, and know exactly what to do step by step. If you go to my profile, you can kind of check out how I lay out mine and see if that's something that you're interested in. So then, like I said, definitely just lower the barrier. So making it a very simple action. Don't make people do any sort of research on their own. Don't make them guess, like, what am I supposed to do or how can I help? And don't overwhelm them. Essentially, if someone watches your video and they're still confused on what action they can take, you probably should go back and see if you can add a CTA on screen or if there's something that you can add to the end of that video that really, really explains what it is that you need people to do. Now, if you're really just raising awareness for a cause or something like that, and there's no donation needed or no need to call or anything, that's okay too. And that is equally as important, right? So you don't really have to focus on the CTA as much. So the next step is to just create the content. So you have the issue, you know what your goal is, and hopefully you've made those assets for people to then go to your link in bio and follow the CTA if there is one. But essentially, the way that I create my content is as soon as I have an idea, I kind of make myself some bullet point notes. And then when I'm recording, I can refer to my notes if I need to. And then I make sure that at the end of my video that I'm just making sure that in my captions that names are spelled correctly, that the issue is very clearly stated, that my CTA is very clear. If there's anything on screen that I can add, I will do that as well at the end. Sorry, I forgot to go to the strips thing. So I don't ever memorize anything. That's not my style. If that is your style and you're good at that, more power to you. I definitely write out bullet points. I'll write out like a script, but I don't memorize it. It's more just so I kind of know what I'm saying. And then I just make sure that I hit those key ideas. Editing is your friend. Remember, you do not have to be perfect. You can cut out all the ums and the pauses, and every time you look down at your notes or look up at your screen to read, mistakes can always be edited out, so don't worry about that. And captions also can be added very easily in any sort of editing platform. And I always recommend that because about 70% of users scroll through social media without volume. So a lot of times you'll have a missed opportunity if you don't have captions on screen, just because people will probably could possibly scroll right past that video. Plus they just add clarity as well. But like I said before, just making sure that you are spelling names correctly and cities correctly and things like that, because those things do make an impact if anyone does want to do their own research and things like that. If you don't want to be on camera, I have a lot of friends with huge accounts, like 200 to 500 followers, that are faceless. And they collaborate with other activists. They make voiceover content. They do text carousels and screen recordings, and they're really, really informative. So if you're not comfortable with being on the camera, there's, of course, another style that would work for you. Um, and this is just another way to look at it. So, of course, every video should name the problem, educate, and always assume zero knowledge. Down here, I put Joint Sesh. This is our Substack that we created with a bunch of resources for you. I put together a bunch of vocabulary and definitions in there so that way, if there's like any sort of content that you're doing and maybe there's a word you're unfamiliar with or you are familiar with, but your audience is probably not familiar with, that's the most important. A lot of times, like we assume that our audience will know exactly what we're talking about, but if there's any language that is sort of very specific to the topic that a wider range of people might not be familiar with, add a definition in there just to reach more people. It's super helpful. Really just always assume that somebody has no knowledge on the topic. So even in my videos when I was talking about Muhammad, when I referred to the IDF, I always explicitly said that they were the Israeli soldiers because some people didn't know that the IDF meant that. And then also, of course, just giving that like super clear CTA. Clear beats clever. So every video should do call this office, send this video, send this email, or do it today if there is a specific call to action. Again, if not, then awareness is perfect as well. So now it's going to be your turn to sort of put one together. So identify an issue that really matters to you. Create a goal. So whether that is to donate or to call someone or to email. Create your call to action, and then format your video together. I know there's like not a lot of time right now, and this whole process typically takes me between like a half hour to 45 minutes to an hour to record and edit and all that. So I don't think that we'll probably have time to like make sure everyone has all of the things like polished, but I will have this PowerPoint. I'll put it on to Joint Session as well, or I can send it to you, Sydney, if that's helpful, if that's easier, whatever's best, so that people have access to it, if that's helpful. And then I put a ton of deep dives into Substack as well for you all. So that way, if you have any questions, you can, hopefully the answers are there for you if we run out of time today. But just remember that you are not powerless, and ordinary people can change these systems. Collective action works, and your voice always matters. So I will leave this up. If you guys want to start sort of maybe crafting out some ideas or things that mean a lot to you, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Yeah, if
Yeah.
everyone wants to kind of start doing it, Melissa will be here for questions, and everybody has about 30 minutes here to kind of start creating your first piece of content. So thank you, Melissa. This is great.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I will do that right now. Okay, get my Zoom to move. Sydney, I just sent that to you. If you want to drop it in the Discord, that might be.
Sorry, say that one more time, Melissa.
I just emailed you the link to the Canva. Someone said it might
Perfect.
be helpful to put it in the Discord.
Yes, I will do that right now. How long ago was it when you created your first piece of content, Melissa?
My first piece of content in this type of like on this account was August 28th.
Oh, this year?
Yes.
Oh, awesome.
Hey, I got a question for you, Melissa.
Sure.
So I was really curious about that. I thought it was pretty cool, how you were saying that, make your assets, I think you called it, where you have like all the templates and everything. I thought that was pretty cool because I actually do that at work. I'm an environmental health and safety specialist. There's a lot of managers that I assist with in my specialty. And there were times where I would tell them something and I technically are supposed to know, but I'm the specialist, so they ask me. So that's what led me to do similar things to that, make assets for them, and I would just be like, okay, here you go, and then make their lives easier and mine at the same time. What kind of experience or like what was the moment that led you to think that way? Like I need to start doing this.
To be honest, the community that I'm involved in, it with other creators, activists, lawyers, and just community members that all kind of got together for different reasons. They sort of started talking about like, okay, so it's great that we're creating this content, but like, what exactly are we asking people to do? And that's kind of how the conversation sparked, and we all sort of started bouncing ideas off of each other. The lawyers started explicitly saying like, what would be the most high value impact for us right now? Like, who are the key players and who could actually make something happen? And those are the people that we need to address. So it was really a collaborative effort, I would say. But now, no matter what I touch, I'm like, okay, but what is the CTA? Because I do think that a lot of creators tend to sometimes miss that part. Um, And it's just like I see so many videos where I'm like, oh my gosh, like how could I get in touch with that person, or where's that person's GoFundMe, or how can I get in touch with that family, or where do they, where are they at, in what state, and what are their laws there, and things like that. So just giving people as much context as possible, because you never know who's going to see the content and who could potentially help someone.
Yeah, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
One of the things that I've suggested or that I've used before for my own content is an eye-catching fact to grab people's attention as they're scrolling through. What are your thoughts on that? And what are your thoughts on potentially using an eye-catching piece of information to reel in audiences?
I think it's super important. So if you have the capacity to edit that way, I think it really does move the needle. I noticed that if I put my fact up like a half a second after I stop talking, so it's or start talking rather, so it's like my mouth kind of opens and then the fact sort of pops up, because it's almost like two hooks in one, visual and audio. And I think that it kind of hooks people a little bit more. And to your point, just gives you kind of more credibility when you have some sort of fact or news article or piece of evidence or whatever it is that you're talking about, pop on the screen. I think it just kind of gives you more credibility in whatever you're speaking about. I love an overlay. I love adding as much context as I can, as much information as I can. In some of my videos too, I will create a separate image on Canva with the call to action very clearly on it that I'll flash on my video and say screenshot here. So that way, if people don't want to go to my link in bio, they also have the option to just kind of like screenshot the video and all of the information is right there for them as well. So it's another option for you.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that that's definitely a good idea to kind of, have templates out too, which is another thing that Thelonious mentioned. This was cool. This was interesting.
Awesome.
I think it'll help me in the future, especially as somebody who likes to raise awareness of things on my story and on my posts as well.
Yeah, awesome. That's great. I'm glad that you are finding some benefit in this. I'm excited.
Yeah.
And I'm always like very open. If anyone DMs me, like I will get back to you. If you have any questions or anything, I'll try my best to, support and help you guys out as well.
Yeah, the presentation's really helpful. I might kind of, save this and, kind of use it as a guide, if you will.
Yeah, that's awesome. And like I said, I have a ton more resources on Substack, and I think I know that I'm going to keep adding more and more and more. So if you're ever interested in just like checking that out and saving some stuff, like feel free. Everything's totally free.
Awesome.
I do like a big deep dive into CTAs and all of that. So if you ever have any questions in any of that stuff as well, just DM me. Happy to help.
Perfect.
What about platforms? Like, does it do you find that there's some platforms that are better for raising awareness than others?
Yeah, so I was doing really, really well on TikTok for a really long time. And then there was obviously a shift like a month or so ago, a month and a half, 2 months ago, and really poor since then. They kicked me out of the Creator Rewards program, said I was spreading misinformation and all of these things. So, I think a lot of my friends got their accounts completely taken down. So I think we're going to probably start seeing more of that, unfortunately, in our social media, across our media platforms. But I have noticed more success on Instagram, a lot more success on Instagram. I still post on TikTok just because you never know. But I think as far as for myself, I have more luck on Instagram. I know other creators are more successful on TikTok. I also think it's like about the nature of the content that you're posting. If you're posting more like national issues, you're probably going to be okay, depending on who you're talking about, of course. But then global issues, I've noticed more restrictions.
So you're on TikTok as well?
Yes, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Threads.
What about Blue Sky, I think it's called.
I don't have anything on Blue Sky yet. I haven't started that one yet.
Do you also do like I recently started joining a few other interesting things that I think they've been there for a while, but I just didn't know about them. So I know that, for example, a lot of congressmen, you can sign up for like their email chains or whatever, you subscribe to it. And then there's also these groups of people who like do a, like you said, like a call to action now, and they have you subscribe in things like Telegram, I think is one of them. And then all you do is you subscribe to a channel and you turn on your notifications, and then they never post anything until it's an immediate call to action and you get like immediately notified.
Oh, that's very cool. I love that. What was that called again?
The application?
Yeah.
Oh, it's called Telegram. It's like
Okay.
it's kind of like I wouldn't really say it's a social media, but I mean, I guess that's the closest thing. It's more of like a messaging platform.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, but it does incorporate some social media aspects, like a channel where you could technically like live stream
Okay,
content to people who are subscribed to, but you have to be subscribed. It doesn't just like populate to anybody like randomly like TikTok and stuff.
got it. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, but they use it in a different manner. They use it where like you never see anything, and then only when there's like an immediate call to action to all the subscribers, then they send something and you like get a notification.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Okay, everyone, just so we all know, we have about 10 more minutes here with Melissa, a little bit less. So if anyone does have any questions for her, got about 10 more minutes, and then we're gonna kind of move on to the next thing. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
Of course.
Hey, Melissa,
Yeah.
do you have I was kind of curious, do you have like an online hater? Like somebody who's like also an influencer, and then if you go on their page and they have a few videos of you and they're like saying like this person's lying or something.
So to be honest, I think that I do, but I am like on like my friends have told me like, oh, you popped up on my page because someone was talking about you. But I haven't seen them. So I don't know like anyone off the top of my head, but I'm sure, yes. I mean, people are in my comments and they don't like it when I talk about people that have like $1 trillion. It really offends some people. So those are the ones that I get like a ton of DMs and like a ton of comments on. Like, crazy.
Yeah. But what is it specifically? Like they don't like that you're talking bad about them or that you're mentioning them?
So like in my opinion, I just don't think that like billionaires should be billionaires. Like they should be paying their fair taxes and all of that good stuff. Like I don't think that we should have like people in our country that are hungry when people are now making $1 trillion. And then I'll have just the comments are like, they worked really hard for that $1 billion. They deserve $1 trillion. What did you do to deserve $1 trillion? Like that kind of stuff. It's just silly.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, not thinking like, oh, like the garbage man, he's not working hard. Like I don't need the garbage man to be paid. Like
Yes, exactly. I'm like, we're all working hard.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be kind of funny to see in like TikTok, for example, where you can click on one of the comments and like answer to it on the next post.
Yes, I've done that a few times.
Yeah, because then you get more views, you attract more haters, and I mean, haters are viewers, so
I know. They keep it going. Sometimes though, like especially on TikTok, actually, I think that that's the reason I got kicked out of the program because I had a video that got up to like 7.2 million views. And the comments though, like the people were arguing with each other for days. Like days, they would just be commenting back and forth. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like I didn't realize it would stir up this much commotion.
yeah, you should go into the comment chains and keep it going.
Yep. I try not to read the comments too much, if I'm being honest, especially on TikTok.
Yeah, I know what you mean. There's some of them are pretty bad.
Yeah.
So, you said you were like a teacher, right? I think I remember from one of I think it was like the YouTube live stream. Have you ever gotten any of your students that now see your content and they like reach out to you or anything?
No, I mean maybe they have seen it, but I haven't I haven't heard anything from them. I've heard things from other co from previous coworkers that, oh my gosh, you came up on my feed, good for you. I'm like, yeah, now that I'm not a teacher, I can say these things. I can talk about these issues, because I wasn't allowed to before, but so yeah, that's been kind of cool. But no, I haven't. My students were also like elementary school, so they're kind of still pretty young.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Those other teachers, do you ever ask them like, "Hey, is there anything you want me to say on your behalf?"
Actually, yeah, I've been talking to a few teachers and we do have some conversations in the works and some interviews happening. Yeah, there's definitely some things that I think you know, this country is blissfully unaware of when it comes to education.
Yeah. Yeah, and then that way you can they can say what they have to say indirectly, and then you just say, this person who I'm not gonna name,
Yeah,
but they have something to say.
exactly. Yeah, giving people a voice who otherwise can't, for sure.
All right. Well, does anybody have any last questions for Melissa here? Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Melissa. This has been amazing. You have been so amazing. On behalf of literally everybody in the party, like we appreciate you so much, and we're very grateful that you've like donated your time and stuff. So thank you.
Of course, anything I can do, reach out. I'm happy to help. And if anyone needs support or anything in content creation or organizing, feel free to DM me. I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, so for the rest of us, I'm gonna message Jacob, and then we will get our next session started in the next 5 minutes here. So you'll have at least until 1. So if you want to take a little break, feel free to kind of turn your camera off and come back in a little bit.
Hello.
Hi.
What are we all doing? Let me
You
ping
good?
somebody real quick. See if somebody's joining.
We can wait a couple minutes if we need to. So Jacob, no worries.
Yeah. Give people a little while here. I need to pull up my presentation anyways.
Sydney, I noticed I had to let Jacob and other Sydney in from the waiting room. I don't know if,
I just wasn't looking up, but
yeah.
I'm looking up now. I will. But thank you. That's why I co-hosted you. I'm like, one of the co-hosts will see it and let people in.
Yeah, I was like, do I have the power? Ooh,
You do. You do
You have the power.
yeah, it's good.
Wahahahaha.
You do
Just
have
don't
He-Man?
abuse it like Ajax does, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, was that He-Man that used to say that? I have the power.
The heck are these damn performances here? I gotta work tomorrow and I'm not happy about it. um, is it you? There it is. There it is. Okay. All right. Alfarius can't be here. Just wanted to patch him in because he always talks about AI stuff. So there you are. All right. Do I have screen share permissions?
You
Here.
should, yes.
I should. All right. All right. So we are here for a purpose. And that purpose is to develop an AI policy to be presented to platform committee meeting next year. This is going to be fairly comprehensive, and I really want to patch in as many people as possible. So if others join, I feel that it is good to honor their contributions. So first of all, before we start here, just the goals of the workshop. The goal is to understand the impacts AI and automation could have in the very near future on work, play, and politics. Share some of our personal experiences with AI. Talking is going to be a big part of this, engagement to try to see where we're all at and see if we can fill any holes in this policy as we develop it. And then use our collective knowledge to develop a comprehensive AI policy that will be proposed to the platform committee in 2026. Now, before we get started, I just want to give a couple of recent AI facts and events. Couple definitions first. Definition of artificial intelligence and the definition of automation per the Oxford Dictionary. You all can see those there. Leave them up for a few minutes if folks want to read through. All right. Do we all have a clear definition of AI and automation? Awesome. All right, so a couple more fun facts. Patent grants for AI-related technologies have increased tenfold since 2015. So that's a 10 times increase in the number of people and number of companies applying for AI patents. So this technology, a lot of brain power is being poured into it. A lot of eggs are being put in this basket when it comes to artificial intelligence. Historically, this level of rapid task automation and market confidence in one technology, it leads to rapid societal transformation. Few of them that come to mind: the cotton gin, power loom, automobiles, and the internet. So when we think about it historically through a holistic historical lens and we look at AI, we have absolutely been here before. We have been at a point where there's been a technology that threatens to pretty much upend almost everything we know about work. This is not the first time this has happened, but it is the first time something is such big ticket as AI. So, we got to tread lightly, and we definitely have to use history to aid in our decision making here. And what happened the last time there's been these big ticket inventions where a bunch of capital's been poured into it all at once. Investors worldwide have already invested well over $1 trillion into AI projects, and that's just the past decade alone. There's a really, really big AI bubble. People will talk about it a lot, the AI bubble. That bubble is forming, and that bubble is continuing to grow more unstable. And now we've got the Blue's Clues thinking chair, which is just a couple of prompts to start to get the conversation going, get the gears turning, get the thoughts turning. if we need them. But if anyone else wants to take over and start, some points about AI, we can start having some conversations about them and having some conversations about this technology. And these prompts are going to be here for folks who want or need them.
I do have, if I may speak,
Absolutely.
some personal experience with AI. So in my job, um, really the way that I've always thought of the future when I was younger was that there was really no longer the necessity to know everything, like memorize it, as we have technology now. And that is the way that I have gone with my work. I always carry a laptop with me wherever I go because it's big buildings. I work in warehouses. And anytime there's something I don't know, I simply look at my laptop and I have the information there. And to that same degree, AI has been introduced at Amazon now
Mhm.
for the workforce, and I have personally used it to make my life easier. But I have not felt threatened that my job is necessarily going to be lost yet. I could see that perhaps in the future in terms of knowledge, but in the end, there are things that only the human being can do, like inspections that I do.
Yeah,
So but I have personally seen the use of AI, though. I have personally seen that I can make tools with AI that I give to the managers that allow me to do the hands-on things and less of the specialty things.
for sure, for sure. Yeah, a tool rather than a replacement. Is where we are in a lot of places with AI, but in other places it's a little more concerning. For sure. Um, Anybody else have any personal experience with AI before we start drafting the policy here?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead, Sydney.
Okay, so I'm a writer and the writing and I'm a screenwriter and just writing in general for movies and TV shows has taken a lot of hits over the last couple, say, decade. I'd say though the biggest issue was when so basically the studios started to, try to use AI to replace writers. And then all the writers went on strike because of that. And they
Mhm.
negotiated a new contract and they won. But studios have been finding ways to still use AI. And because of that, it's so hard for people to even get writing jobs for literally anything. Like, I have been querying managers to see if they'd want to represent my work, and the most common rejection I get now isn't that they don't want to read my work. It's this sounds really interesting, but unfortunately, my client list is full because they're having trouble getting work for their clients. So why would they be able to, pick up someone new?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. The creative fields um seem to a lot of people will say at face value that the creative fields are less impacted, but that's not always the case. You know what I mean? When AI can do some of the more repetitive tasks a lot easier, companies are going to cut corners. They're going to cut corners to make a quick buck. And what Disney's doing right now is just wild. Like, if you haven't seen what Disney is doing with short form AI content for users of Disney Plus, that's just a dangerous, dangerous rabbit hole. Like, we're already seeing AI getting into animation and doing animation fairly well. I mean, we're only a year removed, guys. Like, remember, we're only 16 to 18 months removed from that horrible video of Will Smith eating spaghetti. And now we've got cartoons being drawn by AI. I mean, within 18 months, that's changed. And that brings concern, of course, even to the creative industry. So that's actually a really good insight, Sydney. Does anybody else have any personal connections?
Yeah, so I use it both at work and at home. Uh, and I think what I've seen is it's a tool and it doesn't directly replace people. What it does is it makes people more productive, which means you
Mhm.
need less of them. Like Sydney was saying, like the plate is full for these people because you need less writers because one writer can turn out more content using AI as a helper,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
But you're always going to have somebody. You're going to need a person because it's not actually intelligent, right? Like
Yeah,
I'm sure Sydney has
it
tried to use
can.
it with her writing, and it's you know it does some things well, and then it does something bad, and you're like, well, I just have to fix that part because it can't, it's not
Yeah,
actually
like
smart.
I've had it advocate for destroying humans as a climate change solution. Like when it comes to logic gates and stuff, it's not very smart. You
Right.
know what I mean? At least not at this point. Hey, Jack?
Jacob, would you restate? I joined, I feel like halfway through. Would you restate like what the prompt is?
The prompt is to talk about AI as a group and then put some words on paper for an AI policy to bring up to platform committee next year.
Okay, so I have a couple of personal, somewhat experiences, somewhat just fields that I work in that come up. Um, the first perspective that I have is I live in Wisconsin. I'm not sure if anyone's ever been to Virginia, but Virginia is full of data centers. um, Ridiculously full of data centers. And the AI, or Wisconsin's going the same way with AI data centers. Multiple national outlets, including The Atlantic, The Washington Post, The New York Times, have called Wisconsin the dumping ground for data centers. Within the next year, we expect everyone in Wisconsin's power bill to go up 200% from what they're paying now. Same thing with their water bill. We're expecting to see droughted areas in multiple parts of the states, the cities that don't have water. And right now, I'm in a city that's actually quite famous for not having enough water to even keep its lights on. Um, which is because of the way that data has drawn and so many other things have drawn from the rivers. So, one thing is like, while the rest of the nation and the rest of the world gets to enjoy AI and use it for productivity and have these really sophisticated opinions, there are those of us on the ground who are having like small businesses are closing, any kind of enterprise is closing, people are being shoved out of their homes, deals are being made behind closed doors with city councils saying, you know what, we're not going to charge you an AI data center for the electricity that you're using. We're going to charge everyone else in this town instead. So there's like a very human physical impact that we're experiencing that's going to drive up our cost of living in these states like Nevada or Wisconsin or Virginia that are being used as AI data center dumping grounds. Like there's already 50 planned to be constructed in Wisconsin in the next 6 months, which is more than any kind of data center for any other type of technology that we have so far. And the second thing is more of a psychological theory, that the more available one is, the more the stress becomes prevalent in their lives. We've been able to link this. You see stress rise, you see the availability of technology in somebody's life rise as well. So as we start introducing AI into things like refrigerators and vacuum cleaners and washing machines, what you're going to see is people are going to be less able to escape the need to be on call in their lives. I already experienced this, you know? So it's not that using learning language models or other types of AI, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, but I think environmentally it's not sustainable and it does have a real physical impact on the cost of living of the people who end up being put in this inferior class where all these AI data centers are being dumped.
Yeah, that's very, very comprehensive for sure. And I think it can be a big part of our policy. Now I do want to ask a question just to get it out of the way. Does everybody in this room support more AI regulation than what the federal government is proposing right now?
There's a lot of yeses.
Looks like a lot of yeses, especially with what the current administration is doing to just full steam ahead, no care for people in those communities.
I think also, I mean, on top of regulating AI, I think that we need to regulate the way that state, county, and local governments interact with companies that are using AI. Because right now, people who, like stakeholders in OpenAI or Microsoft or whatever, know that what they're doing is wrong. So they're doing it behind closed doors. So you see like 12, 24-hour windows for people to show up at town halls to fight back against these data centers when they should really have more time.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say that AI should be treated like a utility, right? It's something that as a tool should be available to all the people, just like electricity is available to everyone, water is available to everyone. And yes, there'll be private companies that develop and maintain and run it, but they run it regulated by the state, like a utility. And then in turn, you can have different billing options. Like you can charge the businesses that use AI based on the productivity gains. And the reason this makes sense is because AI, especially these large language models, they only work because of the input of hundreds of millions of people, right? It's the lives of people have been condensed into this product. So everybody ought to benefit from it. Like we ought to be able, like personal use ought to be free. And then for business use, you pay for it. But yeah, I think it should all be centralized as a utility type function.
Mm-hmm.
So what David is saying is that AI equals communism.
Well, I mean, does BGE, like that's our electric, does your electric company equal communism? Like, like I said, I think there will still be individual companies pushing the technology forward under contract to the states. I would keep it at the state level. I wouldn't make it a federal thing.
Okay. So one point we've got so far is the Progressive Party supports more AI regulation and accountability.
Yeah, I would input towards the future that I would prefer personally myself that we be accountable and very delicate about how we push regulation. For example, like nuclear power plants, the yes, when they go nuclear and they like do things like explode or release chemicals and stuff like that, that is pretty bad. And we are seeing some environmental damage due to AI and all these data centers. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to so heavily push fear that in the end we completely steer away in America from AI and allow other countries like China who do have the infrastructure and who do utilize AI because they have that infrastructure to go far ahead of us.
Yeah. Definitely. I think there is a future where AI can be used as a benefit to humanity. But with these data centers being constructed and with our infrastructure right now that's heavily reliant on oil and fossil fuels, I think we're kind of on a runaway track. And I think that AI bubble bursting is going to hurt the people that didn't want an AI bubble to begin with. And I think that that's an injustice, at least in my mind.
Yeah,
When
we
that
should
bubble
definitely
pops.
yeah, we should talk about that bubble more. I just want to first say that when I talk about regulating, I wasn't thinking about restricting, right? Like I think every state should have its AI utility model. Like every person, it should be. You talk about, oh, can we get high speed internet out into the rural areas? Like everybody should have access to AI as a tool for their life. Um, I'm just talking about, when you build a new power plant, there's a whole lot of, ecological impact studies that have to be done. There's zoning. There's a lot of public discussion. Or like Ajax was saying, stuff's happening behind closed doors. If you made it into a utility model, it all comes out in the open, and you figure out what can be done sustainably and in a way that's good for the communities, and not just ignoring what the community needs.
Has anyone heard of face transplants?
I think there was a movie with that in it.
It seems kind of random, but that's where I see this conversation going. So for those of you who aren't familiar, for the longest time, for whatever reason, we've wanted to attach some people's bodies to other people's bodies. I know that there's a reason behind it, but I'm cathartic. But the issue with face transplants is people made a lot of the same arguments that they do actually about AI today. Wow, this could be revolutionary. This could be, this could change so many people's lives. This could improve research and other opportunities for the better, whatever, right? And a bunch of countries, per the advice of a UN panel, decided to go really slow on rolling out research and implementation of face transplants. Well, someone decided to do one in the middle of the ocean, and it worked great. Then there was this race across the planet for people, all of these scientists and doctors who thought that they were just the top of the world, to be like the first to do like a full face transplant, the first to do an active, all of these different firsts. We really wanted to have the first, and we went really fast. That person who had the face transplant done in the middle of the ocean, well, she got an infection from said transplant about 5 years later and died. The second person who ever received a face transplant woke up about a year later to a pillow full of blood. And she sat up and she didn't know where it was coming from. And she went to the mirror and it was horrified. And this procedure, which is still being done, we still have this space race for who can do the first transplants. There has not been a single outcome that has been overwhelmingly positive, yet we continue to do it. And the doctors who do them know that they're not going to be able to do it successfully. And the funders who fund them know that it's not going to be successful, but they get to be the first. They get to have the competitive edge. Each country gets to go tout itself. And that's where we're going with AI. We know that what we're doing is wrong. We know that we're going too fast. We know that we're not being safe. We know that we're not being sustainable. We know that we're not doing the research that needs to be done, putting in the safeguards. So on one edge, there's this argument for, we need to have this competitive edge with the rest of the world. But what we're really saying there is, we don't give a crap if someone in Nevada can't pay for groceries because they need their water bill done. We don't care if some 14-year-old has pornography of them put online because we didn't regulate that. We don't care if there's this massive economic bubble that eventually pops, and we, the people, just like we did with the banks, have to bail out all these companies that are literally making up numbers for how much their company is worth. So I actually do think like it is worth it to very much pump the brakes. Like putting in like, what are fair use? What might an ethics board look like, right? And even things as simple as, if you build an AI data center, you need to build carbon, it needs to be carbon neutral, right? Yeah.
So for policy, I was going to say we support an AI board of ethics both in Congress and at the state level. I think that would be a good policy to propose. Because I agree, because we're putting the cart in front of this horse, and it's not going to go well. We just don't have the technology for everything they're proposing, not to do it sustainably.
And for those who don't know, there has been a court case about copyrights and AI, and the outcome of that. And actually, I think the Patent and Trademark Office also wrote like a 100-page report on this. But what it comes down to is you're allowed to use copyrighted material in a transformative way, right? So you could take all the copyrighted books you want and make something that learns how to write like a writer. What what you're not allowed to do is then reproduce one of those copyrighted works, like, oh, write me a new Bible, and it comes out exactly like the Bible, right? Like whatever it is, like you can't do that. But proving that that's happening is pretty hard because what's in the AI is not like a file full of words, right? It's a bunch of numbers, but all the sources are mashed together into this big bunch of numbers. So you can't separate it out and say, oh, well, there's that picture I drew in there. But yet, with the right prompts, it might be able to reproduce that very same picture or close enough to, make people say, hey, that's by so and so. And so that's a real issue is like it's a fuzzy gray area.
Yeah. Going back to this kind of like contrast between, like Ajax said, putting a full stop or just continue to let go and but regulate it. I could I do personally believe that yes, it would be possible to put a full stop to it, but I would say that we would want to be very careful and very articulate to how we're doing it, and where we're putting the full stop. So convenience to everybody, I could see that having a full stop. It might make some people, well, they're not going to be happy about that. That's okay. But putting a full stop to it in like military research, that I would argue that perhaps our best approach would be to put a full stop to what's not really producing anything for the nation as a whole. And then for everything else, just equally push. So, like, if there's a heavy push on the military, we produce an equally heavy push on the regulation of it. That way, our competitors, like China, Russia, whoever, don't go far beyond us, that we can't catch up anymore. Because that's what AI is. AI arrives to the conclusion very rapidly. So full stop on everything, including military and research, even just a few months, a few years, the AI already far surpassed us in another nation.
Can I
Yeah.
ask why we're afraid of Russia and China having more sophisticated artificial intelligence?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a fear. I think some people technically do have a fear of it. I personally, for me, it comes from, wanting America to stay as a top nation. But, if that's not your personal belief that you don't really care about that, then I could see, that not being a priority for you.
Well, I only ask because I feel like as Americans, we don't like to admit it, but we're so far behind.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you look at, I mean, even like other Western countries like Switzerland or Sweden, right? Like, and this isn't just like, oh, they're better social level, but just like legitimately in technology, we are so far behind. And especially, I think China's like the best example. I don't think we're going to be able to catch up with China. Like, if you compare like the leading American models, you've got Gemini and GPT. And compare it to some of the models that the different Chinese companies like DeepSeek have out right now. I mean, we are just galaxies behind where other nations are because they're doing it for productivity, we're doing it for profit.
Mhm.
So that's the only reason I ask, because I mean, I feel like we're already behind.
Yeah, I could definitely understand that, especially after the shift from TikTok to Red Note. I don't know if you were a part of that, but I definitely was, and I was a part of some very large conversations with a lot of viewers, and they definitely had a lot of things to say. And I definitely felt like I was poor, like a part of a poor country compared to all of them. That's how they made me feel.
Which
But in the end, I would like to say that yes, I can see that we're far behind, but I would like to not be even further behind.
Yeah.
Well, to point out, as Ajax was saying, like a race to get somewhere wrong might not be the best thing, right? Like
Mhm.
there are some good arguments to be made that what brought down the Soviet Union was the arms race. Like they could not keep up with us economically, and the idea that they had to have just as many nuclear weapons as us contributed to the collapse of their society, right? Um, so thinking about it and saying, let's go more carefully and not worry about who gets there first, but worry about who gets to the right destination, I think is important too.
Yeah, the tortoise and the hare approach. Yeah.
Another thing is like, I mean, looking at China and Russia, like I think we underestimate how awesome it is in the US that every place like at least has access to running water. I mean, like like they do a really good facade, like in the international press, China does, of being so advanced and all this stuff. And you look at pictures of Beijing and Shanghai, and it's like, wow. But at the same time, like when you got starvation as like a primary problem in your country, yeah, kind of like what David was saying, like where are we racing to? Because you can have as much AI as you want if there's no people in your country left to use it or train it.
Yeah. The sustainability aspect is just so important to me too, especially as somebody who comes from an environmental background. Like, I see what these data centers produce. Like, I see the byproducts that they produce. They're already siphoning off water from places that don't have enough to go around to begin with. We see that, again, those fans, those cooling fans, those data centers require gigawatts of electricity to power. And if we are going to go full steam ahead with AI before we crack the code to truly sustainable energy, whether that be nuclear fusion, whether that be clean solar, clean hydro, whatever it may be, I think until we have like this carbon neutrality, I think it's foolish for a race to the top with AI because the infrastructure and the technology are going to be inconsistent, right? And that's how you get that bubble to pop. That's how you get AI that is, again, completely unsustainable and is on the backs of working people, right? This needs to be a tool to help working people, not something that exists hovering over our backs. And this is unrelated too, but another thought I had is how do we feel about AI for the purposes of surveillance? I think that my take is I think that should be in the policy where like AI is not to be used by the United States government for surveillance in any way, shape, or form, nor is it to be used for government deepfakes. I wonder if we got consensus on that.
Well, certainly not the deep fakes. Like that's a whole policy issue in itself. Like how do we control knowledge, right? Once you can't tell what's true from what's false, like everything falls apart. Like how do you run a democracy when you can't believe what you see in the videos and hear on the news, right? So
Yeah,
that's
if you
really
don't know
important.
it's AI, you know what I mean? And if the government had the opportunity, especially this government, if they had the opportunity to make something with AI that is completely compelling and can convey a narrative, they'd absolutely do it. I mean, just power structure in general. If you know what a telescreen is, if you ever read 1984, just imagine telescreens, and how those were able to convey people to believe in absolutely wild things and condition them and to believe it was normal. Like, I absolutely share that fear, David. And that's kind of why I was wondering where folks stand on banning it for surveillance or deepfakes at a governmental level or
Yeah,
ensuring that ethics there.
yeah. I don't know about the surveillance part though, because again, like as a tool, right? Like we have people trained in the airports, that watch the video screens and they look for people with, suspicious behaviors,
Yeah.
right? There's human experts that do that. Their job could be made better using AI, right? Is that a bad thing? Right? Like I know what you're thinking about is that, well, your toaster oven could be surveilling you, right?
Yeah, I'm
So-
talking about
so-
the flock cameras that are being put up in our cities that stop people by racial profiling. Like that's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, right. With between drones and everything else, right? You could see everything. Like, how do we prevent a police state? And that's a
Mhm.
whole nother policy issue about privacy and rolling back things that have happened in this century, right?
Yeah,
But
I could give you some examples so that, there's like a good understanding of like what the implications are. So for example, I have some experience with groups who deal with things like that, like hacking, the deep web that some people call the dark web, which is kind of
Yeah.
not necessarily the best way to describe it. Um, and amongst these people, we've been seeing a lot of activity by ICE right now, not only for immigrants, but for any American who protests against ICE.
Yep.
So they've had a lot of things like, for example, I'm sure some of you may have seen that now they put a phone on people's cars or right up to your face so that they can profile you. And there has been some, not necessarily, not, it's not 100% confirmed, but there have been some documents out there that kind of point towards them saving those recordings. And what they do is that right now because Trump is very pro-Israel and the administration is very connected with Israel. Israel is really good at surveillance. They have so many programs. And one of these programs, for example, there's two actually that I'll give you. One, there's this program where they have a data center where they saved all kinds of like millions and millions of photos and videos in the past of social medias and all kinds of other medias that you had posted and now deleted. So if there's anything in the past that you didn't want anybody to see and you deleted it, they still have it. They have it saved. And then there's this other program that works along with that, that they use any information they can about you. They put a profile on you. What is your license plate? What does your face look like? What is everything? And then they put it into this system, and this system goes through all of the existing medias and all of these prior ones from that other service, and it makes a profile on you. So, for example, let's say you wanted to hide your identity when you went to ICE protest, uh, and you didn't record anything. There's nothing connected to you, but unfortunately, your friend did record, and they got your face on it. This tool, because it's AI and it recognizes your face, now has profiled you under that, and now they're going to keep watch on you going forward.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like a take a picture and memorize kind of situation, for sure. Anybody else have any thoughts on surveillance state potential with AI or dystopian ways the government could use it? And do you think that falls under the part of the policy where we support an AI board of ethics, or do you believe that needs to be a separate policy that's related to this?
Well, some of you guys know that I'm a conservative at heart. And um, one of the reasons why is because you can't trust the government with anything. I mean, maybe something you could, but I mean, would you trust Donald Trump with enforcing ethics regarding AI surveillance? So here's the approach that I would take in this department. The regulation is focused on people, right? Like, what can people do? What can corporations do? Regulation's not focused on what government can do. Policy is what's focused on government, what the government can do. And the government hardly ever follows their own policy. If the Pentagon would have passed its audit this year or last year or the year before or the year before or the year before or the year before or the year before, maybe this would be a different conversation. I think we protect the people. I think what we say, I mean, are you all familiar with the idea of Miranda rights? Like, you
Yes.
need to be explicitly read your rights before an arrest. Um, And you're familiar with like the Fifth Amendment, that you don't have to incriminate yourself, right?
Yes.
The way that these work is the process gets carried out. And because the government violated your rights, that evidence is inadmissible. That case you can't go through with, right? And it, instead of putting the enforcement in the hands of Congress or the executive, it puts it in the hands of literally your peers, a jury by your peers, right? And it brings it straight back down to your very particular case. So what I see almost is like an AI Bill of Rights, right? Like AI generated evidence is insubmissible in a court of law. AI, things that came from AI surveillance that didn't have a warrant, insubmissible in a court of law, cannot be acted upon, right? Because the government's going to surveil as much as they want. We're not going to be able to stop the government from surveilling. Last time someone tried doing that, they shot him. That was John F. Kennedy. So, I mean, I think like, sure, we can like put like regulatory policy into the platform or whatever, and we can do it, but it probably won't be followed. I think it's much more important to protect people's rights, because at the end of the day, those are the final guardrail that people have, and the first guardrail that people have. Often, like you're not going to track protesters with AI if you have to get 20,000 warrants to do so, right?
Yeah,
One
or
thing I
conversely-
do. Oh, do you want to go first, David?
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, they may track the protesters with the AI, right? But they won't be able to use that to bring an action against you. Like
They won't
if
be
you're
able to
not breaking the
prosecute.
law
Yeah.
somewhere else, that they can then say, now we're going to start this new investigation here where we know we can catch them without the AI. Like then it's, it's some protection at least.
Yeah, I don't see it right now. I can't see where you put that. But Jacob, I feel like I saw you put something about like a committee. I
Yeah.
do see that being a very, very effective tool, because I have heard that congressmen committees do have certain committees have the power to see things that not the everyday person can, the things that can't go in public. And one of the things that is very well known amongst certain communities that deal with security and all these things like hacking and stuff is that there is something above the law, and that is national security. So, for example, when I was in middle school, when I first started going into all of this stuff, which I did it for a stupid reason. I think I saw some kid playing a game on their iPod, and they had like infinite gems of something, and I was like, man, how do I do that? So I started going into hacking and all these things, and then eventually I landed on you have to hack the game to do that. But what I did find out through some of these forums back then is that the NSA had a program that flagged everyone. So, everybody always has this theory that you have your FBI agent wasting his time seeing you eat your nachos. That was not the case. They had a program instead that only flagged and only recorded suspicious activity. So if you land on this website that is suspicious, then it would flag you and flag you in terms of like permission and also severity. So if you went into a deep web server, boom, you're flagged. They can watch you more. If you went into the dark web server, boom, you're flagged. They watch you more. And this was not publicly known. This was not a public-facing agency. This was all kept under the rug. All of the people who were involved had to, be legally obliged to not say anything. This was a program that was national security above the law. Until eventually, I don't know how it popped up and they actually shut it down. So I would say that committees is a really good way to go about it, because at least they can be under contract, and I have heard that they can see national security things that not everybody can.
Yeah, and you're specifically talking about would have been the 2013, 2014 NSA incident, right? Which is that when it
Yes.
was? Because I have heard of that. Yep, I have heard of that. Name sounded familiar. And it was, just lack of accountability in general, right? And that's why parts of the Patriot Act that still exist today, I think, are so dangerous too, right? Because, if you're in a position where you're legally able to spy on people, again, I think that's just that can be a slippery slope situation. And I agree with the approach Ajax took as well. Like it's not admissible. Like it shouldn't be. If we can't completely get rid of the Patriot Act, we can make evidence based on the Patriot Act or AI inadmissible in a court of law, right? Or not being able to act on that suspicion of wrongdoing, for sure. So what we have so far is that the Progressive Party supports more AI regulation and accountability, especially for commercial use. We support an AI board of ethics in Congress and at the state levels to prevent harmful use of the technology. We believe in heightened sustainability requirements for all AI data center construction, and we believe that AI generated and assisted evidence by the NSA and other organizations should be inadmissible in a court of law. Is there any other things that we should cover? Should we cover automation at all? Because that would go down the entire rabbit hole of, oh, do we want to support UBI? How bad is the job losses really going to be? And I don't know if we've got time to go down that rabbit hole at the moment. But this is definitely something we could reflect upon in the future. And I think this is a policy that's going to need to be changed every year, obviously, as the technology advances. As you mentioned, Thelonious, it's advancing so fast. Like 6 months of not moving on AI, another country is going to develop that technology in that 6 months. It's such an expanding, such a widened gap of, extreme technological advancement. Again, we're only a year and a half removed from Will Smith eating spaghetti. So, definite stuff there. And I think we did good. I think we did good. Does anybody have anything else to add to this policy?
Yeah,
Or do you
I,
think we should put a fork in it for now?
I'd like to add clarification to the ethics oversight. So
Yes.
I think of that as being right, like what are the sources, the attribution, what are the models to make sure there's no bias in them. But I think of that as separate from like the deep fake side. That's like on the one side we say, okay, you have a right to own guns, right? Well, okay, we're going to say people have a right to use AI, but then how do you protect the public? That's sort of a separate set of laws about deep fakes and things like that. Like I would make that separate from the AI creation ethics is then the how do you use it ethics.
Mm.
Again, I ask, what does this ethics committee do?
So in my imagination, it's if it was like a utility model, right? They could go in, they review the model sources. If people complain and they say, I think my information was used because of what I'm seeing in the outputs of this AI and I didn't give permission for it, right? Maybe there's a format where there has to be some money paid out, like licensing fees to people who supply information. Some of the AI generators now do that. There are a couple that pay for the content that they train their models on, right? They're not just scraping it for free. So things like that on the
Public
ethics
hearings.
side.
Public hearings is
Yeah.
what you're getting at.
Public hearings about what's allowed, And then on the other side, the usage ethics is like, do we need to have, like there's a branch of the FBI that looks for child pornography traders. Like, is there a branch that goes out and looks for people that are making deep fakes because they're not allowed, right? You have to put a banner on your AI generated content or something.
Yeah, looks like there's some questions from YouTube. I know a little bit about the first one. They said that 60% of users online are now bot accounts. So how about AI internet scraping or the mass botting? I guess they want us to talk about that. To give a little bit of context of that, the issue I would say is not necessarily the bots themselves, it's how they're being utilized. Because there are services that you can pay for example, self-promote yourself. Like you're, I don't know, like a TikTok influencer and you're not getting any views, so you pay this company to make like 100,000 bots so that they can give you likes. I mean, that's not too bad, you know. That I don't know if that's a good use of your money. But even what I would say is the control of the nation, of the everyday American. Now, that would be a national security issue for me, at least. So, for example, there's a lot of reports that have come out from news outlets in the past. Now they've kind of stopped, but in the past, they would talk a lot about how there was a lot of, for example, when Charlie Kirk got shot, immediately after, immediately the next day, there you if you guys were a part of that like the seeing all the media stuff, there were people saying like who did it, right? They were saying like Democrats did it, whatever, like nobody knew anything, but people were already stating stuff. There was an article that came out that it was actually bots, Russian bots, that started this immediately so that they could further the divide. And then there's a lot of articles before that that talk about these things, that they've been finding a lot of bot accounts in the hundreds of thousands that are influencing our nation and are pushing that divide as well, because us divided is better for other nations. And these things include things like giving more views to divisive contents, even putting comments now. They sound so real, like you wouldn't even know it's not a person answering you.
I think it's
Yeah,
okay that we're divided.
I,
Genuinely. Like,
I,
go ahead, David.
I was gonna say, I actually heard recently about somebody that created a like an add-on for your browser. It will only show you websites pages that existed before 2022, in case you want to get away from the AI generated content. Right? It's not like a long-term solution, but it's like a protest, right? That people could do.
Yeah, I actually think it's okay that we're divided, because if we have an election and someone's saying, let's get rid of the filth and walking around with people who are in Nazi outfits and stuff, I think that people should be starkly against that. And if there's people starkly for that, I would hope that they're divided. I don't think that division causes chaos necessarily. I think that that argument is a distraction from the fact that we're all literally being like turned into a permanent unpaid workforce that is like getting by the bare minimum. Like, really, because I mean, when you're paying people $7.25 an hour for their labor, I can't see how that has less of a ramification on our democracy than some bots on the internet. Um, we are so small, and something that we miss out on is that the billionaires from all over the world are collaborating, right? Like, it does not hurt Russia if American billionaires are getting richer and richer, because then what they're doing is they're buying boats from Russia and they're buying oil from Russia and they're buying property in Russia, right? So I do see a valid national security threat there, but I think this is another case where the idea of national security is dividing us from the very real things, like people can't afford to live. And we're not having conversations about that because we're focused on division. So I think it's okay that we're divided.
Yeah.
And
To give you a bit further input on that, I mean, I do say divided, and that is like strictly, you know, national security, but more importantly, it's very targeted. It's very concise. It's things, for example, like you said, right? We want to be focusing on affordability. So we want people to be, you know, deep diving issues and knowing information as to why it's not affordable, right? It's the rich, all these things. AI is dividing people and these bots, not just in a way where, they make a clear, concise line of like, okay, like you said, here's these, for example, Nazis, you shouldn't believe in them. It's dividing people more in, like, for example, the Charlie Kirk thing. Immediately, people started fighting over and the Republicans because of these bots, instead of, coming together, the whole nation, and saying, you know what, we don't want any mass violence. They individually targeted and precisely made it so that the right would not see any facts anymore because they made them angry, and they made it so that they would target the Democrats. It's all the Democrats, it's all their fault. So all of this division isn't just division, it isn't profitable division, it's concise division that steers people away from that. So instead of thinking, it's the rich, the AI would come in, the bots would say, it's the Democrats, it's the Republicans. So it's that kind of division that they're stirring. It's more of
Yeah.
like trying to keep us away from the truth.
Well, what if people do want violence? Like, I'm not saying we should advocate for violence, but if I lived in the country that all of these things were happening in, I would see violence as a solution. And that goes back again to, like, no one's actually doing anything. Violence is like the last option, right?
Yeah.
And it's even better when you can hope for somebody else to do violence. So, I mean, I see the bots as like strategically redirecting people's anger. I don't see the bots as causing people's anger.
I agree. Because, inevitably, right? A lot of us are mad at very similar things, right? A lot of us are mad that we can't afford to eat. A lot of people are mad that we can't afford to buy a house. A lot of people are mad that we can't have a clean environment, right? And when you think of it like that, and then you realize that these bots say, like you were mentioning, Thelonious, these bots are like, oh, this is the Democrats' fault. This is transgender people's fault. This is the Republican Party's fault, right? And you don't look at it through a nuanced situation. Then those bots act as the helpful mediators. Like, it doesn't create the anger, it just reinforces it in the wrong ways, and in ways that actually enrich the already wealthy and already well off across the world. Um, and that's something that's really hard to regulate too. And it's really hard to truly get a grasp of it. But I agree, like, with what you were saying, Ajak, that this is such a nuanced topic, but it's also really not. Like, a lot of politics, we are drastically overthinking a lot of politics. That's just my take. My take is that we've overthought a lot of what we blame our problems on, right? And I think the answer is actually fairly quite simple. And it's not the people, it's the actions that a select few people are doing, right? That is ultimately the cause of most of our problems here in America right now. And if we deviate from that core message, then I think that creates the potential for more division to open up within the party as a whole. So yeah, I agree with both of you to an extent. You know what I mean? I think that these bots are very much harmful. And if there is a way to regulate them, or if there is a way to even boost our communication over that of the bots, so people actually see the bots as dumb and see us as not dumb, you know what I mean? I think there's a couple ways we could approach it.
Yeah, I definitely do think Ajax kind of explained what I was saying better, or you, Jacob, that yeah, they're redirecting that anger perfectly. So yeah, I think we do agree. We just kind of rephrased it.
Yeah. Well, and I do that. I get hung up on the semantics. And I have a lot of practice doing it. But
Yeah.
it's just, I think that we're in such a delicate situation and everything is so interlinked that precision matters. And I think at the end of the day, none of us are stupid. Some of us are stupid, but I was gonna say some people put pineapple and ranch on pizza. But
Oh
for,
no,
for the
no.
rest of us normal folk, like we all see what's going on and we all understand what's going on. And because, humans are engineered towards problem solution, we all generally have the same ideas in different words of how to accomplish what we want. The let's eat grandma, like the demonstrating like why you like need to use like commas. It's like let's eat, comma, grandma. It's like you're asking your grandmother to eat, but if you don't have a comma, it's let's eat grandma. It's kind of like one of those situations. So yeah, I'm always that person in the room.
Yeah, no, it's definitely appreciated to have somebody like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think we have to wrap this up. Unfortunately, we got to get to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got another keynote coming up in a moment. So yeah, this was really good, guys. I think we've got some words on paper, and let's continue this in Discord, as was mentioned. Possibly, I think most of us here are in the Discord server. So if there's any time we just want to pop into the VC or pop into the office lounge or whatever and finish up this policy, that would be great. And I think we can really get something good for the platform committee.
Good job, Jacob. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Jacob. All right, awesome. I'm going to stop the recording. I'll start a new one for you, Tyreek. So everybody, this is Tyreek James. He is going to be talking to us today about burnout. So his workshop is titled Understanding Burnout, Self, and Community. So Tyreek will start us off by kind of giving us a little background on him and his story, and then he'll guide us through the workshop. So Tyreek, I'm going to hand it over to you. Thank you so much.
In other words, thanks. That's good for now. So, to be honest with everybody, I go by Tyreek James, and the mental challenges that actually affect me are known as anxiety, depression, adjustment disorder, autism spectrum disorder, and ADHD with the hyperactive and hypersensitive traits. And this might sound like a long list, but for me, it's actually a daily struggle. And it's how my body and my brain moves throughout the world. And I want to explain what this actually feels like and how it shows up in my life and how it connects to the struggles that many other people face, even if their labels are different. And what this combination feels like inside for many neurodivergent people, autism and ADHD often occur together. And they are strongly linked to higher rates of anxiety and depression. And that means that instead of having one problem at a time, it can feel like attention, emotions, and sensory system all turned up at once. Anxiety, for me, can feel like constant worry and tension, which is my mind scanning for what might go wrong, replaying conversations and expecting criticism or rejection. And my depression can feel like the weight that drops afterward. Low energy, low motivation, feeling numb or hopeless, and struggling to enjoy things that I used to care about. The adjustment disorder for me means that when big life changes happen, like school shifts, job changes at places like Family Dollar or Walmart, or relationship changes, my stress response goes way up and may feel overwhelmed or fall apart faster than people expect me to. And on top of that, the ADHD brings in hyperactivity and impulsivity. So my thoughts race, my body wants to move, and I can be easily distracted or restless even when I am exhausted. And the autism, which is combines with ADHD together, also affect how I process my social cues and routines, and can make it harder for me to switch tasks or handle unexpected changes without feeling flooded by what I'm dealing with. And that can lead into sensory overload and hypersensitivity, which impacts me most definitely. In one of the most biggest ways, this does show that, what am I trying to say here? Spotlight, of course. Okay. Yeah, catch my words again. This proves my point. One of the biggest ways this shows up for me is that my hypersensitivity shows that people with ADHD and autism frequently experience sensory overload, which includes sounds, lights, textures, or crowded spaces, which all can feel painfully and painfully intense or impossible to filter out. A room that seems normal to everyone else might feel like chaos to me. With every noise, movement, or bright light competing for my attention, this sensory overload can trigger anxiety, irritability, shutdowns, meltdowns, especially when I'm already stressed or tired. And for me, this is not about being dramatic or too sensitive. My nervous system literally processes input differently than most, and that has been documented in both ADHD and autism, especially in people who identify as highly sensitive or hyperactive, or as I was meant to say here, hyperreactive. And how this affects my relationships and responsibilities when anxiety, depression, adjustment, stress, autism, and ADHD all interact, how it affects me and the ways that I show up with other people. And research shows that when autism and ADHD co-occur, social functioning, emotion, regulation, and executive function, like planning and organizing, are often more challenged. And that can look like being late, disorganized, or forgetting things, even when I care deeply, interrupting, talking fast, zoning out, or missing social cues, and also canceling plans because my energy or anxiety crashes, and reacting strongly to noise, criticism, or sudden changes. And from the outside, people might see laziness, flickiness, or moodiness. On the inside, I am often fighting my own brain, my own emotions, and my own sensory system just to keep up. The guilt and shame of this feels like something that I don't really understand sometimes because I feel like people might like misunderstand it or think that I'm just being unsupported. And how my experience connects to others, which is basically stating that even if someone does not share all of my diagnosis, many people in this room, whether you are 18, 28, or 38, you all know that parts of what this feels like, anxiety and depression, are amongst the most common mental health challenges worldwide. And they are especially common in people who are neurodivergent or going through major life stress, like job transitions or school. Many people struggle with silently with feeling too sensitive for the world around them, having a brain that does not match what school or work expects. Being overwhelmed by life changes or constant pressure, studies show that autistic and ADHD individuals are constantly more likely to experience anxiety and depression, and that daily challenges like social misunderstanding, sensory overload, and executive function demands can intensify these feelings. So when I understand what affects me, just like you're also able to understand what affects many other people who may not have words for it yet, or who may be afraid to share their labels. And why understanding and support matter is mainly that because when people understand that conditions like anxiety, depression, adjustment disorder, autism, and ADHD often travel together, it changes the story from what is wrong with you to what happened to you and what do you feel you need to function safely and well. So instead of assuming laziness, rudeness, or drama, people can start to see the patterns, sensory overload, executive function struggles, and emotional exhaustion that are real, measurable parts of these conditions. What helps is not forcing everyone to be normal, but creating environments and relationships that allow for breaks, clear communication, structure, flexibility, and sensory friendly options. And that might look like giving extra processing time, using reminders and routines, offering quiet spaces, respecting that mental and neurodevelopmental conditions that are not character flaws, but ways that the brain and bodies do work. And when that understanding is there, people like me and countless others have a much better chance not to just survive, but to actually thrive. Thank you. Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. So, any other responses so far?
Thank you, Tyree.
Yeah, just saying. So, like, in terms of me explaining this for a workshop, pretty much to explain this to people, pretty much the best thing I could say to help with understanding this. Let's see. Just give me a few moments trying to process all this because, as you see, like I said, I do have these issues that do impact me. So, right here, that it states that I already introduced y'all and everybody. So now pretty much what I'm trying to say here, like I said, when I wrote this down, it was stating how I have to like literally stop what I'm doing in the middle of taking pauses because like I don't realize what I'm like doing sometimes. So this is pretty much proving how I deal with this on a regular basis. And I know I'm not alone in that really, because honestly, trying to manage all these different details. And I see that I could pretty much do these things right here, where I might just show you pretty much with a certain presentation using ChatGPT to help you understand like one thing that we could be doing. So give me a few moments. Okay. And now what I'm about to ask ChatGPT is, my phone would actually cooperate with me currently. Okay, so basically I would basically ask it to give me 3 different sensory overload exercises pretty much to help me be grounded. Make sure I edit these things in this computer. Give me a few. Okay, so basically what I'm seeing here, that it states that for me, there are 5 things that I could do pretty much, which includes one right here known as the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 grounding, which is a low effort version. And this helps shift my brain from overwhelm to the present moment. And there are 5 things that I could see, which could be including colors, shapes, or lights. And 4 things I can feel, which are my feet and my shoes, the chair, and the fabric. And 4 things that I can hear are like near or far sounds or weird sounds that I hear in my area. And 2 things that I can smell, which are pretty much like the way a house smells, pretty much, and the feeling of like my own stuff that I can smell, like my snacks or whatnot. And the one thing I can taste, which would be most of the time coffee, but I just don't really like making it all the time, even though it is a preferred thing. And the next one would be known as a temperature reset, which is strong but safe temperature changes that can calm an overloaded nervous system. For that, I could hold something cool, like a cold water bottle or a cool cloth, and also wrapping up something in a warm hoodie or blanket. I tend to do this often sometimes, especially when I realize how at certain moments I just can't really do things unless I really reprogram or remap what I'm really dealing with to help me be able to have a clearer mind. And this works well when thoughts feel very loud. And the next one would be known as pressure and the breath combo. Using deep pressure and slow breathing can reduce sensory chaos, which suggests to sit or lie down, hug a pillow, press your feet into the floor, or wrap your arms around yourself. And do this while breathing in for 4 and out for 6, or any slow rhythm. With that, you will notice the pressure, your chest or belly moving, and the moment your breath leaves your body. And if your breathing counts are stressful, just breathe slower than usual. And it's important to note that grounding isn't about making it stop. It's about making it more manageable. If one exercise doesn't help, that's okay. There are better ways to do things because different days need different tools. And if you want, pretty much I could put on a certain thing where it's giving other suggestions. So that's what I'm going to do real quick to see what else there could be, like a toolkit. and it's loading. So give me a few moments. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna just add one extra detail because I'm customizing this for pretty much like work purposes. Okay, so now it's creating that. So now it states that. For this part, I could do this with me being on my shift or at my desk like I am right now, where I could do the feet press, which equals me doing two different things known as pressing both feet firmly into the floor for 10 seconds and then releasing. And a jaw unclenching, which means dropping my tongue from the roof of my mouth and exhaling, which I kind of do often. And the slow blink, which means I blink slowly 5 times while focusing on one object to help me ground my actual vision. And the next one would be the low profile grounding, which is something that no one notices. You could pick one color in the room and probably count how many times you see it. Like for example, me, I see a bunch of like gray and black in my place right now. So that's the main thing I see. And that would explain why I feel the way I feel. And basically, the other thing I could do is trace the edge of my desk, notebook, or phone with one finger. Like I kind of do when I'm writing my own name out in the air, for example. I kind of didn't understand what I was when I was a kid, but now I see why. And mentally, I can name where I am, what I'm doing, and what's next. Like when I'm at my job, wondering why sometimes I just stop working because like there's nothing else to do unless somebody's like guiding me on what to do. Because I don't want to just like start working out of nowhere and they're like, you're not supposed to really be doing that job. And the part next up is that breathing that doesn't look like breathing, which is what you could do, known as inhaling through your nose, the long exhale through pursed lips. And at that point, you can breathe in for 3 and out for 5. And if need be, you could just slowly go it out. And pair each exhale with relaxing your shoulders, which is something I tend to do, but not often, because at times I'm always focused on other things at work, like using my arms. And next thing is sensory buffering, which is more work appropriate, which is one earbud with neutral sound if allowed, which is what I actually do at my job, and a hoodie, cardigan, or scarf for pressure, which is why I usually wear a coat that's kind of like a hoodie. And I sit with my back to a wall when possible, because sometimes I have to just stop moving, because if not, I feel like I'm going to shut down, because people are just saying certain things make me feel like I'm not really welcome to the job, or just like really ready to just be in my own house instead. And the next one will be known as the bathroom break reset, which is basically just 2 to 5 minutes where I put cool water on wrist or face and stretch hands, neck, or calves. And take 3 slow breaths while leaning against the wall, which is what I do when I'm at my job. Because at some moments, I get overwhelmed based on how much work there is to be doing. And yet I'm like the only one doing most of it anyway. And the next one would be known as mental boundaries. And when tasks pile up, your best step is to write only the next step, not the whole task. Silently say, I'm safe. I'm handling one thing. Imagine placing extra thoughts in a box for later, which actually could be beneficial when it comes to you like trying to handle certain project-based manners or whatever. And the next part, that's just pretty much the best, which is after the shift, you can decompress, which is very important. The best suggestion is changing clothes as soon as you can, because as we know, when you're in your work clothes, you kind of feel stressed and everything, and you probably should change that based off what you already know. It's just that sometimes somebody might be just in a certain mood based off the current economy, environment, or whatever else could be affecting them mentally. And the best next suggestion would be to sit somewhere quiet for 5 minutes before anything else to be able to relax and actually be able to be doing things in a calm manner rather than in a rushed manner from being at work. And another suggestion is that you could do one familiar, comforting routine, like the same song, snack, or stretch that you normally might be doing. Like me, for example, it's always the songs I'm always playing. That's the reason why I just start playing them on, even if it's at the middle of the night, because sometimes I have to decompress after work, because sometimes I don't actually decompress until way later due to how my mind works. And pretty much there's a tiny emergency version that you could be doing where you have to put your feet down, a long exhale, and name three neutral things. And that pretty much would work for me when I'm at work. I think about my song and think about how I'm really not trying to pay attention to managers, but I really do love the customers. So that pretty much works for me, and I best be able to memorize this because, as I already know, in the future I'm going to need this because I work in a place that's kind of like high pressure slash stressful. And that's pretty much what I have to say to that, pretty much.
Thank you so much, Tyreek.
Yeah, just saying. I have to get my voice out there.
So I'm gonna go ahead and stop recording. Does anybody have any questions or anything that they want to ask while we have them here? No? Okay. Well then I go ahead.
Alan, obviously, as the chief of staff, I manage a lot of staff. And our team tends to be what I like to call neurospicy. And I'm just wondering, like we have a lot of high pressure stuff. Sometimes there's some looser deadlines, sometimes there's some firmer deadlines. What things in the workplace support you that maybe I should think about carrying over into the Progressive Party?
Okay, so like when it comes to that, pretty much due to like the way I'm always processing things, the best bet is because I notice that whenever I'm reading certain documents, if it's like too much wording on the document, expecting you to do certain things and all that, my brain just like automatically stops trying to figure it out, and I'm just like, I need some other way to break this down because I'm usually trying to get advice from other people, which is why I know sometimes having long conversations with people in the group because I'm always a critically deep thinker and getting things are done is like kind of easy for me. But at certain moments, I kind of feel overwhelmed depending on what type of requirement it is.
Well, I build a lot of manuals, so that's helpful. Thank you.
Just saying. I prefer details and bullet points and all that stuff outlined and everything because that's the reason why when I was at my school, it explains why when I was doing certain assignments, it was just like I never could understand what they were asking for really until I like pretty much did some analysis to dig deeper because the school kept asking me what tools are you using, and I was like, yeah, I mean I could tell you all that, but like what's the point really? Especially when I'm not really being benefited. So yeah, of course, somebody raised their hand now.
Melodious, you have a question?
Yeah, so you're kind of just referencing, for example, like you were using AI, right? You're kind of
Mhm.
referencing like the way that the material is being delivered to you and kind of breaking it down, the information. That way it's not like a huge essay, but instead AI, for example, like breaks it down in bullet points, it breaks it down into categories, so your brain can more process step by step. That's kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah, mainly because I noticed that on certain platforms, I feel like I can actually work, but on other ones, I just can't to the point that they make me want to do certain things where I have to use AI to help me answer the questions. Because when I'm writing it, I'm like, you want me to write this response, and I know me, I can like write too many words at one moment, and that's the reason why I have to use AI. Because if not, I'll just go everywhere.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, just saying.
We also have a question in the chat from Jacob. Any advice to address self-doubt and over-awareness of my autism? Sometimes I feel like I'm making a fool of myself when I'm not, and it can create an over-apologetic ethos.
The main thing about that, I know that the one advice I can give is that with something like that, what you can do is actually pretty much figure out what is the part that's actually pulling on that to understand how you can actually remap that to tell yourself that you're actually supporting yourself rather than doubting yourself. Because you actually have certain traits that you probably could unlock with that being the case, because autism actually can be a superpower. I've noticed when I'm at my job. Like some people think I'm going to respond to them the nice way sometimes, and I have to defend myself. So I already know where that kind of feeling comes in at because I feel that often where I'm always worrying about people coming near me or whatever when I'm at work, and I'm just like, could y'all like leave me alone? I'd rather be in my own space. So I really do get it, where sometimes you might feel like over apologizing to people only because you feel like you can't compensate. But if you pretty much use your confidence on a certain level, you could actually be able to be more successful without having those certain things bothering you, because pretty much there is a certain way to live that way.
I also know that you talked a lot with me, like in our very first conversation about, yeah, like all of the different ways that like your autism helps you and kind of focusing that and kind of that being the main narrative that you tell yourself and stuff. And I thought that was super powerful when we were talking. Yeah.
Thanks, just saying. I pretty much had to know everything down to know how to operate on a regular basis without medication. And the doctors say you should like have that and everything. And I'm like, I don't think I need that. I think I need some like actual tools, which is what I installed myself. And I need to create a company with it because at that point, some things need to change.
Other questions?
And also, I need to mention one thing. Um, when it comes to the company I'm creating, it'll pretty much be called like, what was I trying to name this company? It's a certain kind of company where it's involving freedom and whatnot, pretty much helping people to understand what problems they're actually facing and how they can be addressed. Because I'm actually the type where I actually invest in community rather than just putting it into material. Because I actually see how people could actually be impacted in ways that actually can help them instead of hindering. Just saying. So that's the reason why I made this topic about neurodiversity and awareness of who you might be in your own self. Because sometimes you might not understand you're dealing with these issues. Because sometimes people will always say it's like a phase or something that's bothering you because they might not really understand what you're going through. But if you could actually understand it on a certain level, you're able to actually be independently focused on it rather than think about what other people have to say, known as drowning out the noise. That's one way you can go about it, of course. Now, when my company becomes, fully available, then we'll be able to test these other products out. I just haven't gotten to that point yet because I'm obviously in a certain school where it's like a certain level of like development, and I'm just waiting to see when that changes over to this next level. Just saying that's when I become a founder. Right now, I'm at the idea phase, but that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Let me check the YouTube see if there's any questions. All right, well, oh, AJ has a question.
Is AJ saying hey, or what is she doing?
There's a question.
No, I just
Oh.
I noticed how many cameras are off, but I'm not gonna turn mine on because then you're just gonna stare at ceiling since I'm cooking. So I just wanted to confirm I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, Jack.
All right, awesome. And then Tyreek, are you in the Discord as well?
Yes, I am with one of the most randomest, weirdest names on there. So yeah, I'm definitely there.
Wonderful. So if anybody, yeah, I'm also like eating dinner. You see me like going like this. But yeah, if anybody has any questions or wants to continue the conversation, Discord
We
will
can
be
continue
open.
it there.
Yep, 100%. Other than that, I'm gonna have everybody take a break, get some food, cook your food, and then we will be back at 2:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time or 5:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And George Cherry, who is the one, or George Cherry Jr., who's the one that gave the talk about identity, will be here to have another open conversation with us or workshop. So thank you so much, Tyreek James, and thank you everybody for being here. And I'll see you all in about 15 minutes.
All right, Sydney.
Hi, George.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
We'll be getting started in like at 2:45. I'm gonna have us hop into a breakout room.
Okay. You mean now or when we start?
Right now, just give me 1 second.
Take me with
Okay.
you. Take me with you.
Okay. Everybody will be getting started in just a couple minutes. Hey, David. How's it going? Okay, everybody. I'm going to invite you all to turn your cameras back on, and we are going to get started with the next workshop here with George Cherry Jr. George here is going to be talking to us. George, are you ready? Just want to make sure you're there.
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay. So George is going to be talking to us about the neurobiology of identity, kind of piggybacking off of his keynote, and then we'll guide us through a workshop about that as well. So George, go ahead and take it away. And again, everybody, please turn on your cameras if you're able to. If you're cooking dinner and stuff, no worries. But yeah, thank you, George.
Well, good evening again, and it's great to be back with you. This has just been a phenomenal convention so far. I wanted to share with you this time about the neurobiology of identity. I have a background in neuroscience and psychology, and right now working on getting into medical school, and I hope to continue that research that I've done, and because I find it very fascinating. Um, so how we show up, and how who we are shapes how we show up. How we show up, whether in movements, campaigns, or everyday life, is deeply tied to who we believe that we are. And it's just that our belief, our our self-image is what we believe that we are, what we are capable of doing. It constitutes what we call our self-concept. And a concept, of course, is an idea, a thought, an image in your imagination, um, something that we draft, that we craft, that we create. Um, and the self-concept, of course, includes your self-image, self-esteem, and then like your desired self, or the self that you want to be expressed. So, I mean, it controls everything. From all of our behavior is controlled by our self-concept. It's not just willpower or knowledge, it's identity. And identity is shaped inside the brain. So I find that very fascinating. Today, I want to share how neuroscience reveals the powerful ways our brains create identity, and how that identity guides our behavior and political engagement. And identity isn't located in one place. It's a network. The medial prefrontal cortex, or the MPC, the prefrontal cortex is like at the front of the brain. And the medial prefrontal cortex is like the middle, so middle front. You may have heard of the prefrontal cortex. It's involved in a word that we use a lot, a term executive, like decision making. The actions, the choices that we take, which gives us our autonomy as persons. So the medial prefrontal cortex helps us answer the question of who am I? I wonder if anybody ever looked in the mirror and just thought like, who am I? You know, I guess at a certain age you begin to look in the mirror and think that who am I? I delivered a message entitled "Mirror, Mirror on the Wall," and I've delivered that message in multiple different settings. And that's the fundamental question. Who am I? And further than that, then also, where do I belong? So identity leads to belonging. It also helps us imagine our future selves. So if your brain doesn't see you as belonging or as a leader, then it won't fully invest in that future. And it's not a character flaw, it's biology, the self-image. We also describe our self-image as a cybernetic instrument, psycho-cybernetics. There's a great book by he was a plastic surgeon, Maxwell Maltz. Some of you may have heard of him, and he talked about how the way that people view themselves determines what they do in life, how far they go. So in a way, your self-image is kind of like a speed limit. Like it limits you or tells you how fast you can go in life, which is what a cybernetic instrument is. And thermostat is an example of a cybernetic instrument. It controls the temperature. If it's set at a certain temperature, then it allows the when the temperature in the room rises above that, this thermostat um, kicks on the AC and brings the temperature back down to the level that the thermostat is on, or vice versa, right? It controls the temperature wherever you have the thermostat set at is going to control how much heat comes on or how much the AC. So our self-image is like a cybernetic instrument. If we start to go further than the image that we have in our minds, and then like something kicks in our brains, and that's why people begin to self-sabotage, because like we like to stay consistent with the image that we have in our brains. So I mean that's just really interesting. So like to go further to do something different, then that would mean that we have to change that self-image, that self-concept, to upgrade it, so then it doesn't make us self-sabotage or like keep us in check. So I just find that really fascinating. Another structure called the anterior cingulate cortex, the ACC, you might want to look this up. It processes both physical and social pain. And so when people feel excluded, ignored, erased, dismissed, the same brain regions light up as if that person is in physical pain. So the marginalized, the ostracized, they feel like their brain, it feels similar to physical pain. That's why social exclusion leads to disengagement. When people don't feel like they belong, then they're more likely to be disengaged. But we want to figure out ways that we can rewrite our story, our identity, so that we do feel like that we belong, which will hopefully lead to more engagement. So that's the goal. In contrast, being included lowers stress hormones and produces a hormone that we call oxytocin, right? So belonging. And this which leads to more engagement. So it all comes down to how do we see ourselves? How do you see yourself? When you look in the mirror, what do you see? And what kind of image do you carry around internally all the time? And our identity is told to us in the form of a story, a narrative. The brain loves stories because stories organize memory and meaning. So if your internal story says that I'm not a leader, then your brain will align your behavior with that, even if you consciously want to change. But the good news is that the brain is plastic through neuroplasticity, plastic meaning the ability to change, to be remorphed, right? It's pliable, amenable. We can change. That's the whole point of, we call it plasticity. The brain can change. You can change your brain by changing your thoughts. So through neuroplasticity and cognitive reappraisal, we can rewrite the stories of our identities. We can flip the stories. We can have what we call a plot twist. After, just because you began a certain way doesn't mean that you have to continue that story, even though our brains like for it to stay consistent with the story that we told ourselves before. And we can change that story and write a new story. So I think this is what we need for people to see themselves differently. And when identity shifts, then participation shifts. So when people stop asking, do I belong here? And they start asking, how can I lead? That's how we can all be agents of change. I love the quote in one of John F. Kennedy's speeches, a famous line, of course, that we reiterated and heard a lot. Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. And that's the shift that happens when people see themselves as belonging, when they see themselves that they have power, right? We have power, like we're not waiting for a savior, but we are literally the ones that we've been waiting for. And like when everybody realizes that, then like that's the start, the sustaining of a movement. Rosa Parks, she wasn't physically tired necessarily when she refused to give up her seat, but she was tired of being treated as less than a citizen. She had already rewritten her identity as someone worthy of dignity and leadership, and that identity allowed her to act with courage under threat, which sparked a movement. It's the identity shift that shifted everything. John Lewis reframed all of the opposition that he faced as good trouble. See, that's an interesting way of looking at engaging and the things that happened to him that really were adverse, but he described it all as good trouble. And that's a shift, a shift in the story, the narrative. It's a shift. And that new meaning gave him regulated courage to face violence and sustain decades of activism. And you can think of Nelson Mandela and how he reframed the narrative and took back its power. There are so many examples, of course, in history, how when people begin, before women had the right to vote, the identity shift happened, and then the movement happened, the behavior followed that, and actually the identity shift is what sustained the movement because they saw themselves differently in relation to the power structures, and that is what kept them going. It's that belief. It does come back to how you see yourself, what you believe that who you believe that you are. And so at the end of this, I just want to invite you, if you have, I love pen and paper, but you can also do this on your phone or iPad or any other electronic device if you want. Just you could do it in your notes section. I just want everybody to take a moment to write down maybe one thing that somebody has told you, described you, and then maybe just one long-held belief or way that you have described yourself and your story. Two things, like one thing from yourself, from the past of how you saw yourself, and one thing from the past that other people have told you. And then just look at that and see how you can switch it around in terms of reclaiming your power. And try to think of it in relationship to being politically engaged and you could voting or political power, something that would align. Maybe somebody said something about your leadership ability in the past and it kind of haunted you. Or maybe you never felt like a leader. Maybe you felt excluded. Or maybe you just felt different all your life or weird and you just never felt like that you would be the one to have the power. But I want to invite you to reframe that. So think about two things in relationship to power that you first believed about yourself or that someone said about you. And then we'll try to reframe that. So I'm going to allot a few minutes for that.
We just coming up with the two things that either we've told ourselves or other people told us, or are we also trying to reframe it for ourselves? Are we doing that after with you?
Yeah, I want us to do both, to reframe it, to do it in the same, like in the same exercise. Yeah, like you can gather the two things and then also um work on reframing it. Unless, I mean, I would probably have time that I could like ask someone if they wanted to be vulnerable enough to share what were your two things, and then we can go back and like work on reframing them all together. But I mean, I was just gonna have us do them all in one setting.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool to have people share. I can share if nobody else wants to, but I think giving everybody else the opportunity to share would be really powerful too.
Yeah, so why don't we do that then? Uh, However many people would like to volunteer, you can just raise your hand, just share two negative things in relationship to power one that you felt about yourself, or then maybe perhaps one that somebody said to you or like taught you. Sometimes these things are subconscious, and so you don't really think about that you believe that until you actually sit down to write it out. I do a lot of journaling, so I'm in touch with myself very much, and knowing like what do I believe about myself and what other people have said. But if anybody wants to share, um, feel free to do that.
Would anybody like to share first? Otherwise, I can share first.
I'll let you go first and I can go second.
Okay. Okay, so I don't know about like, or Terry, did you want to go?
Yeah, I just didn't raise my hand. I just did the, thumbs up because I'm thinking about something right now.
Okay, cool. I'll go first and then other people can chime in. So I think for me, like what I tell myself kind of goes hand in hand with like what people have told me my whole life.
Hmm.
And I think like the biggest belief that like negative belief that I feel like limits me, is that like I'm too sensitive or that I'm too much or that I'm like dramatic. I've been told that I like demand a lot of attention and like talk a lot. And I like find myself like pre-apologizing sometimes because I hold that belief about myself. And I think that that's the one that came up for me like the most for sure.
Hmm. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. I just wanted to jump in, and I'm going to turn my camera back on because it's more transparent. Um, some of the things that I think I have a pretty good self image. But I've heard like from some of the things that people have told me was, it's like it's on either extreme. It's like I've had people say that I'm too nice. Um, and then like I've heard that other people say, oh, um, he just wants to be in the spotlight. Um, narcissistic, like, and that just really like hurt me because like I had never heard that until I heard it. But anyway, it's just one of those things that kind of like stays in my mind a lot. And the thing like, wow, why would somebody say that I was narcissistic? Or that I want to be in the spotlight all the time because I ran for student body president at university, about 30,000 students. And it's like some things start coming out, that people, so it wasn't something necessarily in childhood, but anyway, it's one of those things that I've heard that people say about me. And I've kind of heard it a little bit in a different variation before too. So I think things like that are just things people say to you when they feel threatened, and if you're very confident, people will say things like that. So it's either spectrum. So,
Yeah, yeah. I think like I've reframed it for myself, or like kind of like the things I tell myself when those thoughts come up that help is like because like I'm like sensitive or dramatic or whatever, like I'm also like very in tune with my emotions and very in tune with other people's emotions, and that can be very powerful and can help me in a lot of situations, and you can't really have one without the other. And like yeah, people calling me like too sensitive or whatever are people that probably like are not as in touch with their emotions, and so they just can't understand like why I'm feeling these huge emotions because they're like a lot of people will shut down their emotions in today's society and stuff. And so
yeah.
I definitely think that like when other people are saying it's like a projection, and then like for me myself, it has been like reframing it as like it helps me connect with people and like it helps me understand people and it helps people understand me more. And I've definitely like found my community with like that mindset rather than like isolating myself further because like I don't want to be too much or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, wow. I think that's very interesting how you say that you choose to reframe it. Um, it allows you to connect with other people. That's really powerful. That is really good. That's an interesting way of reframing that. it allows you, yeah, because you're in touch with your emotions. It doesn't mean that it's what they said, but like you're not insensitive,
Mhm.
you know, you're in touch with your emotions, but that allows you to connect with other, I guess like empathy.
Yeah, empathy for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really powerful. And something I was thinking of when you said projection, like it's interesting. I was thinking of this the other day. I think maybe last week or 2 weeks ago, that like projection is like the negative aspect of empathy because like empathy allows us to feel what other people are feeling, but projection puts off what the negative things that we're feeling onto other people. So it's kind of like it's interesting how those two things. Anyway, those are kind of things that I just think about all the time. You know,
Yeah.
these kind of things are fascinating to me. But yeah, the power of reframing, like we can take whatever we believe about ourselves, whatever other people have said, and reframe it. We can plasticity, we can change it. Like that's a lot of power in that. And I think like for me, people say I just want the spotlight all the time. Like, well, that's the confidence that I have. And I'm going to borrow what you said, um, Cindy, that I can use that as a point of connection. Like I think that I
Mhm.
can use that. Like that confidence to stand up in front of people, like to always be the one to raise my hand in class, sitting in front of so I sat in, like in the front all the time. Like that's a gift. I can use that to help bring people together. I mean, to help change communities because I do like, I'm not afraid to speak and I love it. So like that can be, I guess that can be reframed like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just really get me to thinking. I want to hear from other people as well.
There's this song on that note. This Is Me by Kala Settle. And I know that people, well, it was part of the Greatest Showman soundtrack. And I don't think that people really listen to the songs from that soundtrack because they were so good. So why would you listen to the lyrics when you could listen to the music? But there's this stanza, look out, because here I come, and I'm marching on to the beat that I drum, and I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Um, and I think like being unapologetically yourself is, like open to suggestions, right? Like if people are like sitting you down in a dark room and there's like 12 of them in a circle, it's like, okay, maybe I need to stop and hold this. But like for me, it's like, okay, guys, get on my bandwidth, catch up
Mhm.
to my speed.
Yep. Let them catch up with you, not you catching up with them, right?
No, 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 not you slowing down. Not
That's
you slowing down
not
to
you
their
slowing
speed.
down. Right. Yeah. Like that. So don't slow down. Yeah, don't try to fit. Don't be conformed, be transformed. Don't slow down. Um, Sometimes some of the things that we do does make other people uncomfortable because it points to their uh need to grow, to change. But yeah, I like that. I really do. Don't slow down. Yeah. See, I could do these kind of things all day. Does anybody want to share?
Hmm. You can go ahead first. I'll wait because I have more to think about.
Talking to me.
Definitely.
Okay, cool. So, based upon my understanding of what you were asking of us, one thing that said to myself is what I want to explain it as lack of self-empowerment or leading direction and movement. And what others have told me is that I'm too over worried or afraid to stand out. So my personal like manner of rephrasing this, or why the reason of like why people see this is because I see no value in giving the answer. I see no value in getting us, like if it's a group project or if I'm leading something, a pilot, it doesn't matter what it is. I see no value in getting us to the end alone. I see no value in carrying the group in getting the best result if it's not sustainable in the long run or without me. So if I am the leading variable as to how we got to the best answer and that we got to the answer, I see no value in that. So I will refrain from that. If I know the answer before you, I will not give it. I will direct you to that answer so that it's a group effort. And sometimes this has resulted in things failing where I did have the answer, but I let it fail because the group didn't get to the answer. Or things could have been better, but I just let it be that way because that is what the group I got the group to. Or I knew the answer far sooner than everybody else, but I did not give that answer because I just see no value in that. If I'm the variable that's getting us there, if I'm as soon as I'm gone, then that will be the same result. Like if the answer was wrong when I was there, that'll be the same result when I'm not there. So I need to make sure that to me personally I lead things not by putting myself out there more, but by leading the group to the best result so that when I'm not there, I know that group is going to get to the same degree.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I really appreciate that, and thank you for being vulnerable enough to share. Um, yeah, it means a lot. So, can I ask? So, it's like if you feel that other people are valuing what you say, um, well, I should ask this, like, in what situations, like, I mean, have you, did feel that value and you did like put yourself out there and like give what you had to offer? Like, do you have, or I mean, did you want to talk about that, like a time in which you did do that? And like, I just wanted to hear more. It's just,
Yeah. I think I know what you're asking. Like, was there an example where in the future I saw that me having given all the answers resulted in what I said, like, future failure? And yes, that has happened in my working environment. So as an EHS specialist in Amazon, I have to come up with a lot of solutions to reduce the risks of injury. And a lot of these things in such a big organization and a corporation involve working with a lot of stakeholders, a lot of partners, a lot of managers, a lot of leadership. And usually there isn't really like a leading person. We're all just kind of corroborating in these projects. But the thing is that the greatest value to the site and to myself in the future is if while I am working on a pilot or a project for a solution for the site, there is another group of managers working on something on their own. There's another group of managers working on something on their own. So there's multiple groups of people working to improve something. And the managers that I'm currently working with for a solution, after I'm done working with them, they're going to do the same. They're going to work on projects that affect the site, and in the end, they affect me. So I did find sometimes, maybe like two times, where I did very rapidly get the group of managers that were working on these projects with me to the end, to the best result very rapidly, but then they didn't learn anything. They didn't really see what kind of questions I was asking. They weren't really seeing how I was thoroughly breaking everything down, how I was always questioning myself. They didn't really get a grasp of the thorough analytical sense of thought that they needed to have and how they needed to run things to get to that best conclusion and rapidly. So that is what caused me to deviate from this because then what I saw in the future was that all of these managers from different groups kept coming back to me. So I was having to deal with a lot of group projects because in the end they didn't learn anything. I just kept giving them the answers. So to me, some people, like I said, some people would state like you're too worried about standing out, but
Right.
that's not the issue. It may look like that, but that's not the issue. I look at effectiveness, and me being the sole answer is not effective.
Wow. Yeah, that's really good. Yep. Yeah. Thank you. And sound pretty confident. And like good self-image. And it takes work to reframe, like some of the things that we heard or some of the things that we believed about ourselves. And it's like, so I love to see people, even like no, like, yep, this is what they said, or this is what I first believed, but like, no, I know the opposite. I know how to handle it. The opposite of it. I can reframe it. And the confidence, like, that's in your story and in your voice. And like, I love that. Does anybody else want to share? We have time. That's okay if no one else wants to share. Um,
What do you think is like the biggest belief about yourself that you've had to reframe, George?
yes, the biggest one. Wow.
Or like the most impactful? Like what has like changed your brain chemistry the most? Ooh, and then Tyreek can share after
Yeah, I've always had a pretty good, I think, self-image. Um, and like, yeah, and I've had a pretty good self-image, like, but I feel like, like I had to do a lot of work on myself recently, and I'm trying to trace it back, like, kind of like those beliefs. But, I think like I was at a place that I just felt like that I was losing or that I was a loser. Like, I mean, that's how I felt like around the pandemic time. Like, and so 2020, 2021, like, so I guess I can kind of talk about that. But like, even before that, I think I had a pretty good self-image, but like with some of the mental health challenges that arose then, like, and I was around that age when certain mental health challenges rise up. Um, so I think it was just like reframing that thought because I felt like my life was just like out of hand. Like I was still in college and like I could have had graduated a year earlier. And I felt like, so I've always had like really good grades and like been a high achiever, a person given to academics. But it's like I went through so much during that time, and like but I added on another degree, and actually I ended up graduating with 3 degrees because I wanted to make up for that time. And like that was part of the reframing that because like my sister had graduated, of course, and it's like sometimes and she was out working, like comparing yourself with other people and just feeling like a loser and like and you know like getting jobs or being able to take care of yourself and having money and like I felt like I wasn't really like doing those things that I really wanted to do to be independent. So again, I just felt like a loser, but I started getting into self-help books and started reading a lot about, and of course, I was majoring in neuroscience and learning about neuroplasticity and like for me it worked, like hearing about affirmations and like I took that personally, like I did that, and there was a time in which I would stand in front of the mirror and do my affirmations, and I worked out like doing created affirmations and did a lot of scripting, a lot of journaling, and like just sorry, this concept that I wanted to get a chance to talk about this, but future self visualizing. I think that it was like so impactful for me, like intentionally designing like what I want my future self to be and like writing letters to my future self um and creating a life that I ended up like living in. It turned out really good. I mean, like I graduated I had over 50 people like from the community and including like I had elected officials, professors and then family and like it was I mean it was phenomenal. Graduated and then like everything started lining up like once I think I reframed like how I felt about myself. I don't know like I'm sharing a whole lot, but anyway, it was those were very depressing times like during the pandemic, but I felt like I took control and I started doing like you heard the concept of eat that frog, like of doing the hard things first. And like it really worked out. I graduated and then because of the connections that I had made and being involved in the community, now I got a text one day from someone who was an administrator who this is there previously. She had since moved and she said, I have a job opportunity for you. I ended up working for the Kamala Harris for president campaign just by knowing people, and the work that I had did and making those connections. And then after that, there was a job lined up directly that I could work in the MedSurg program. A program prepares future, recent graduates for medical school. And so like as soon as the campaign ended on the 5th, then I started that job the 25th of November. It's like, so I keep reminding myself, wow, I can turn things around, like I can do it. And I did it. Like if you be intentional about how you view yourself, it's no telling what you can do. But I love talking about this and I love doing this because like I just could not imagine that I could have done some of the things that I'm doing now. Um, and then having a goal of speaking at churches, at events, and I've been able to do that. Like, and I stop to think sometimes, like, oh wow, I wrote that down. That was my affirmation, and now I'm doing it. Like even here speaking at this convention, like what am I supposed to be doing here? It's amazing. It's just like, wow, how did I get this opportunity? It's like things just like pop out of the blue. Like, I'll tell one more story maybe, but I wrote this down. Like, I wrote down one year so for that next year, I wrote down I have $10,000 in my bank account. I didn't know how it was going to come, but anyway, I won't go through all the details, but I actually had this checking account. We're not supposed to talk about our savings, right? But anyway, it was $11,000 that I had in my account, almost like exact to the year, like a year later. So when I talk about scripting and some people call it manifesting, identity shift and all these things work together. But like all the books that I've been reading, I'm the one, I like put it into practice. And I'm just talking about me. Like it does work when you intentionally try to shift how you see yourself, your self-image, to expand yourself for more, it really does work. And like I have an affirmation that I stand in front of the mirror and I say, I'm a world-renowned I am, right? That I am is powerful. I'm a world-renowned neuroscientist and physician, the #1 New York Times best-selling author, and the highest paid and highest sought after personal development coach and motivational speaker. And I say, I am George Cherry Jr., and I approve this message. And like I say that, like I try to say that every morning or every night, just because repetition, I didn't talk about that, but repetition is what rewires the brain, right? Changes your identity and your image. You got to say it over and over again until you build the new neural networks in your brain, and then you're putting it in your subconscious mind. And before you know it, see, it's good you say it before you go to bed, because when you go into that sleeping state, your subconscious mind is more responsive. And so you say it over and over till it begins to show up in your life and you don't realize like where it came from, but that's the new identity now that's controlling your behaviors. And so it makes you do things like reach out to people that you hadn't reached out to before. It gives you that, and you don't know where it comes from, but the precedent happened from the affirmation, from the repetition that changes your identity and how you see yourself. And now your behavior is automatically shifting before you even, it's fascinating. It shifts before you even realize that it is, because it follows how you see yourself. Anyway, okay.
Thank you. Tyreek, did you want to share?
Yeah, now I do.
Go
So,
for it.
I mean, the main things I'm dealing with is like everywhere I worked at lately, it's always been one person saying, "Oh, I don't like how you talk," or "I think you're too sensitive," or "I think you're too extra," or "You're just too nice compared to everybody else in here." They never understood how I was keeping a smile on my face, mainly because at the time I pretty much was just blocking everything out, acting like everything was fine because I really felt like it at the moment. Uh, it's just that at certain points I felt like I was very annoyed. Where after a while, I noticed that when I was working the job, after they had told me, uh, "We just don't want you anymore," because they claimed I broke certain rules or whatever, even though they were a high surveillance kind of company, not really caring about how you live your life. So at that point, I was just like, okay, great. So here goes me literally losing a job, realizing I'm laying on my bed, being so depressed, all because of how I lost the job, not realizing why I lost it. I didn't realize it wasn't because of my own choices. At that point, I had to accept reality for what it was, that I actually was being silenced and actually pushed to be a certain person to take authority in my own career, not just like sit here and let people like toy with me just because they want to depend on me and use me for their benefit in these workplaces.
Hmm. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. I really
Yeah,
do.
just saying. And another one is like where some of my friends they'll be like, "Oh, you're just too kind," or "You're too sweet," or some of the things they will take what I say out of context sometimes, and I'll have to like reframe it or whatever, so I had to like reflect on my personality to understand where I was really mapping myself out at. Even when it came to my career, same issue. I kept telling myself I really don't really know what I want to do for my career, because I really at a point didn't understand what I wanted to do. I kept saying I don't know if I want to be an entrepreneur, a coder, executive, a researcher, etc. The list goes on and on. I was like, okay, this list is by no means expansive, but still though. And that's when at that point I had to come to terms with it. And that's why now I'm trying to figure out this whole mapping of like entrepreneurship mixed with a mix of like information technology and coding. So I'm just waiting to see where that goes because I see that at a certain point. I should have been focused on that the whole time. I just kept avoiding it for so many years. And by now I've kind of like come to terms with it really. It's just that at work, I just wish I would understand how I could like transfer out of that place because I keep having to deal with certain managers taking what I say and take it out of context, saying, "Oh, you just said something wrong to me. Just demeaned what I said. Just literally are saying things out of disrespect and everything." When mind you, all I'm doing is being honest. Literally, I'm just being honest at work, honest wherever I go. And it's like they don't want that. They want something else, I guess. And then I'm just at work telling myself I really don't know what they really expect from me. Half the time, so I have to actually ask them what do they really want from me. And then they always complain, like at the job, one of the managers said to me, "You got kind of weird how you're friendly with the customers. It's kind of creepy You're like all up on them and everything and all this and all that. And I was like, it's more like you just don't want to be involved with them actually, and you just sit there and work and avoid them constantly and just want to get them out of the store. Because I kind of noticed what she was doing, just keep them busy. And that's why I tell some of the customers, don't worry, the manager's in a mood. And then she's like, what do you mean I'm in a mood? I'm like, you're being busy. Busy is a mood. They take what I say out of context and think I don't notice. So I had to realize that while I have critical thinking skills to understand how certain people are and certain orgs are doing certain things, not realizing that I'm actually there the whole time, wondering when will they actually like communicate with me, not against me.
Yeah, and so now you can use that like to advance your career, like even though like they are trying to shape it as a negative, but like you hold the power, and it seems like you're aware of that, so that's really good.
Yeah.
That seems like you have a good grasp on that. So you hold the power to not let it be what they say, like ignore it. Yeah, ignore it and continue to look for ways to reframe it, and to use that that new frame that as fuel, to advance you in what you're trying to do, like putting all those things together, your interests,
Yeah.
to to advance yourself personally and professionally.
So I can stop saying at this base level where I'm always saying I'm an individual contributor, and by now I should own my own company, and I already see why I should. I just needed to understand like the how and why and where I could actually plug in certain things.
Yeah.
Just saying, I see now why I pretty much had to literally ask some AI to understand where I was coming from, because I kept trying to ask all these other people like coaches and consultants and everything, and didn't understand that I should have been looking through a certain kind of app to give me the details on what I was really thinking about my actual personality. It took a while for me to realize that. I just kept looking at other resources like personality tests and career tests and school tests and quizzes here and there and all this other stuff. And I see that stuff does not actually help you. It actually hinders you mostly. So I see why I pretty much have to create a certain kind of company to help people understand what they actually did. Because I personally, for one, was wondering why at some points in time I was speaking up about certain issues, but at other moments I pretty much was just saying to it, never mind, because I was like, I don't really think I should say anything at that point in time. Just like right now with these issues I see going on with the loss of job income and whatnot, even in my own family. And I'm just like, how do you actually fix these issues? Or trying to be stable. Like I tried to tell my mom, she says she's tired of the suffering. And in my head over here, I'm thinking like, I know we have to pretty much build our own structure up. Because I already know that without that, you pretty much have nothing really there to help protect you. And I already know my mom doesn't know that, but I do though. And that's the reason why I have to take certain steps to make this a new future. Because I already see that we're supposed to be doing certain things. So I can actually have these business meetings with these certain people. and be involved with the government and development with executives and whatnot and investors. Just saying, I already see it happening.
Well, you're going places, and you're going to inspire us all to be like that when we grow up, and so you're going places great. So keep
Somebody
that.
even told me that before.
Really?
So now I'm actually hearing revelation. Okay, great. That's confirming what I thought. Because somebody had said to me when I was on like 17 or something, I think she kept saying to me, I see you going places. I just see you going somewhere. It's like you have a bright future and all this. And I was
Oh,
like,
wow.
what do you mean? I was trying to figure out what she meant by that. I was kind of confused and I had this weird feeling in my body. But I now see why I was feeling that emotion. It was
Right.
very accurate. Now I feel it. It's radiating, and I feel pretty much the actual. How do I say? It's like electric almost, where it's a charge.
Yeah, it's energy. Yeah. Wow.
Just saying, I actually feel it. I see what they meant.
Yeah.
Those innovators and founders and all that. I see why I kept following them on social media, not realizing the whole time I was just following a certain pattern, not really like developing myself though. I was mostly ignoring myself the whole time. But now I see I need to actually focus on me instead.
Yep. Yeah, so I appreciate you for sharing, and thank you for being here.
Just saying, of course, no problem.
And someone else put in the chat, TORAL. In the past, I'm just going to read the comment. In the past, I've struggled with self-image, but I'm not in a place where I want to make sure I honor your comment. I'm not in a place where I can talk about it verbally at this moment, at this time. I do, at any rate, relate to this conversation and am reflecting as we go. It's just my roommate is here and quoting 21 Pilots, gangsters don't cry. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Um, it's probably the only time that I say that term.
Youngsters do cry, just to set the record straight.
Okay.
But anyway.
Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Set the
It's a
record
theme.
straight.
That's what it is.
Okay. So but I appreciate all of you, and let's stay in contact. How about that? We can find each other on Instagram, and we can stay in contact. But I think that unless anybody else wants to share, I'm going to make sure that I try to rein it in there, because I know, like, I get so passionate about these things. Like, I could go on for a whole another hour. I want to make sure that I honor everyone's time, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, George. And George will be with us later today in the Discord, right, George? So if anyone has further questions or wants to continue the conversation, he'll be part of that Mingle with the Speakers session. So definitely come hang out with us there. All right, awesome. So we have one more workshop. I'm going to stop the recording. Okay. We have one more workshop, which I'm actually going to facilitate for you guys. I can record it, I guess. So basically, this is going to be like a mini quiz, essentially. So I think that, and I'm going to share this slideshow in the Discord, so anyone that isn't with us right now in this moment can still kind of use it. But I think that there are a lot of people who want to help in the movement, and they're just maybe not quite sure where they fit in or how they can help or what's available. And the Progressive Party does have interest forms on the website, so you can kind of go and see what the open positions are. There's also a You Can Run interest form that you could fill out if you're interested in maybe running for office and working with our coordinators. But the slideshow that I have is going to, just basically be like a mini quiz about how the different ways that you can help. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for you guys. So it's titled, also, when I share my screen, I can't really see the chat. So if anybody does want to stop or say anything or whatever, please just unmute and say it, because I cannot see the chat. So yes, finding your place in the movement. So basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show there's 20 questions. So I'm gonna spend like 30 to 60 seconds on each slide. And you guys are just going to write down your answer. So matches you to a department, not a specific job title. And then I also list out the different positions that are available in each department. And then you can kind of decide how much experience you think you have and which one of those roles you think would be best for you. But this kind of just gives you a general idea of what direction that you might want to be working in. It's a starting point, not a commitment. So obviously if you get one of the departments, but you're like, I actually hate that, like I want to do something else, you can literally do whatever you want to do. This is just kind of to serve as like a guide to kind of explore what you like to do and like what your strengths are and what brings you joy and all of those kinds of things. So how it works is you're going to choose the answer that feels the most true most of the time. There might be multiple letters or answers that kind of resonate with you, but you're going to try to choose the number one letter that resonates the most for each question. At the end, you'll count which letter you chose the most often. So you're going to want to tally how many A's, how many B's, how many C's, and etc. Does anyone have any questions before I kind of show the first question? I'm literally just going to kind of show each one and give you guys 30 seconds to answer, and then we'll go through the end, okay? All right, question 1. When you think about contributing, you're most motivated by A, doing things ethically and responsibly, B, making sure people feel supported. C, helping the message land clearly. So it's kind of like the tone of the message. Or D, turning ideas into action. Or E, bringing people together. Maybe 30 seconds.
And when you answer, it's the one that applies the most rather than all that apply, right?
Correct, yes. The one
Okay.
that applies the most. So whatever feels the most true for you. Couple more seconds. Righty. If anyone needs more time, speak now. Okay, next question. No, I don't. Question 2. You feel the most confident when you're A, handling details accurately, B, checking in with others, C, writing, editing, or creating, D, organizing plans or timelines, or E, helping an event run smoothly. You got 30 seconds. Should get some music playing now. Okay. Next question. Question 3. All others often rely on you because you're A, careful and trustworthy, B, warm and responsive, C, clear and expressive, D, reliable and proactive, or E, calm in busy situations. I'm doing this alongside you guys as well. Question 4. Situation that frustrates you is when A, accountability is missing, B, people are feeling ignored, C, messaging is confused, D, plans stall, or E, events feel disorganized. Question 5. You'd rather spend an hour A, reviewing systems and records, B, supporting volunteers, C, creating or refining content, D, coordinating tasks, or E, assisting at a gathering. Next one here. You feel energized by A, transparency and integrity. B, trust and connection. C, storytelling and clarity. D, momentum and execution. Or E, shared experiences. Next one here. Ooh, there's a timer. I've been trying not to let that go off. Question 7. In group work, do you naturally track responsibilities, notice who needs the most support, pay attention to the tone and delivery, keep things moving, or focus on logistics? I feel like I can move a little bit quicker. Does anybody disagree with that? Speak now. Give you 20 seconds for each one. Question 8. A good contribution to you feels A, responsible, B, supportive, C, well communicated, D, effective, or E, well run and well organized. Question 9. Is that ever a hand raise or are you just stretching? I think you're just stretching. Okay. Question 9. You're most proud of work that is trustworthy, caring, clear, productive, or memorable. Question 10. Now I feel like I'm going to. When things get hectic, you A, double check details, B, help ground people emotionally, C, clarify communication, D, step in and organize, or E, figure out and help wherever is needed. Question 11. You're drawn to roles that feel A, protective, B, relational, C, expressive, D, strategic, or E, experiential. Question 12. You lose motivation when A, systems are sloppy, B, people are burnt out, C, messages don't align, D, plans lack follow through, or E, things feel chaotic. Okay. Question 13. You feel aligned when A, ethics are centered, B, people feel safe, C, language reflects values, D, plans turn into action, or E, people feel connected. Question 14. You tend to notice A, structural gaps, B, emotional gaps, C, communication gaps, D, execution gaps, or E, experience gaps. Question 15. Someone said we need help. The first thing you'd ask would be A, what needs oversight? B, who needs support? C, what needs to be said? D, what needs to be done? And E, what's happening live or what's happening logistically. The last 5 questions, we're almost done. You prefer work that is A, detail oriented, B, people centered, C, message centered, D, goal centered, or E, experience centered. "17. Your strength shows up most when A, accountability matters, B, morale matters, C, meaning matters, D, results matter, or E, presence matters." "18. You feel the most fulfilled when you help A, protect the movement, B, support the people, C, tell the story, D, build the structure, or E, host or build connection." 19. You describe your contribution style as A, stewardship, B, care, C, voice, D, coordination, or E, facilitation. Last one, and then we're going to do the results. At the end of the day, you want to say, A, we did this right, B, people felt supported, C, the message landed, D, we made it happen, or E, people connected. Okay. Okay. So now, everybody, I want you to count how many times you chose each letter. So everybody get a tally for how many times you chose each letter and figure out which letter has the most tallies. So I'm going to do this with you guys. Okay, is anybody not finished with tallying your results? Gorgeous, wonderful. All right. Now for the results. So for me, I'm just going to share kind of what letters I got. So obviously I work in the events department. That is that is what I'm doing with the party. I got the most B's with E's as a close second. So the most B's, which is not the events department. Spoiler alert, the ones that had events on it was the events department. Okay, so if you got mostly A's, that means that the department that you're most likely to fit in, and again, this is a suggestion / direction, not a diagnosis. So like you can literally do whatever you want. But this is Treasury and Compliance. So this focuses on the financial integrity, accountability, and long-term sustainability of the party. The work here ensures that the movement operates ethically, transparency, and in compliance with all requirements. And the people in this department help protect the foundation, which allows everything else that we do to function. So that is Balin's department. So that's what Balin is. Balin is our treasurer. So the current volunteer roles that we have listed on our website is assistant treasurer, fundraising volunteer, and compliance volunteer. So these are the 3 that are currently open in that department. If this is kind of the result that you got. Did anybody get this result? Raise your hand. Anybody an A in here? Got any treasury people? No? All right. Let's see what we do have. Next is B. So this is the one that I got the most, which is not surprising because I love people, which is why I got into events. So B is AJAX office, so the Office of the Chief of Staff. And it's mainly like volunteer support, so a lot of working with people. Did anybody get B as their most common answer? No, just me. Well, this department will focus on people, relationships, and internal care. The work here ensures that volunteers feel welcomed and supported and are able to stay involved without burnout, which Tyree talked to us about. People in this department keep the movement human, connected, and sustainable. And we are looking for a volunteer coordinator to help out AJAC with all of the work that she has been doing. So it's definitely a need. Next, mostly C. I actually got 0 C answers, which makes sense because I hate content creation. That is probably one of my least favorite things to do. But did anybody here get C? Any content creators?
That's what I got too.
I got C as well.
Wonderful. Well, we need content creators. So that is the
And that's the other
communications
one
and
I got.
marketing. Yeah, and I know we had been talking about like more of a marketing kind of presence as well. I know within the events department, I definitely want some internal marketing support and communication support. So this is definitely a huge need, especially the phase that we're at with the party and trying to expand. So this department focuses on messaging, storytelling, visibility, and growth. The work here shapes how the movement is understood by members and by the public. And the people in this department help communicate values clearly and expand the movement's reach. So if anyone knows Ananya, Ananya is the communications director. So we'd be working very closely with her with the communications and marketing department. Current volunteer roles that we have listed. Marketing volunteer is not listed. This is just something that I know is a need, but it's not listed. So if that's something that you're interested in, you can email me or email AJAC or Ananya or whatever and just let us know that you're interested in that. But we do 100% need content creators, email newsletter manager, and then assistant communications director, which will kind of help with everything overall. For people that got mostly D, do we have any mostly D's in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that.
Wonderful.
Me too.
Wonderful. I got a couple of D's too, but getting calls. I need to silence my phone because I get really distracted really easily, and that is not helping. Okay. So this department focuses on coordination, structure, and execution. The work here turns ideas into actions through programs, organizing, and strategic planning. The people in this department build momentum and help initiatives move forward. So we are looking for a local organizer, national program organizer, and national distributed organizer. So the local organizer would be like who's on the ground kind of implementing these programs and kind of doing that local work. So it's, again, very local. National program organizers will work with the local organizers to help create those programs that are being implemented in these areas. And then the national distributed organizer works kind of like one level above that, managing the program organizers and making sure that all of them are good to go. So that's kind of the different levels that we're looking for in the organizing and programs department. And again, there will be a slide where I show, but there is a form on the website where you can select whichever one that you're interested in, and we will reach out and kind of get that conversation started. E, for events and engagement. Did anybody get E? Just me? That's okay. That doesn't mean that you can't work in events. Their events are very, very multifaceted. So I got mostly B. I got 11 Bs and only 6 Es. But I love events very, very much, my whole heart. But because events are people-centered. So if you love people, this department focuses on the live experiences, whether online or in person, gatherings, and community connection. It's about bringing people together through events that are welcoming, well-run, and meaningful, and it helps create moments that will build commitment and shared purpose. So it's about kind of creating a place for new members to come and kind of experience and be with each other and have that sense of community that we want. Awesome. Next steps here. So if you are not already a volunteer or staff member and you want to get involved, we do have our volunteer interest form, which, can you guys see this? I don't think so, but I'm going to send it in the chat.
I can see it.
You can see it? Okay, cool. So this is the volunteer interest form. I'm going to send it in the chat so that people can fill that out if they're interested. These are the questions that it's going to ask you. So please describe the strengths that you possess that would help you in the role, any relevant work experience, and then why you want to volunteer for the party. So please just put 2 to 3 sentences kind of explaining each one. And I will give you guys some time after this presentation is over to kind of go fill that out before the election results, which will be announced on the other YouTube. Oops, what is happening? Okay. Another way to contribute. So something that I did really want to highlight here is that we are recruiting people to run in 2026. And so that is a very, very big way that you can contribute. I did not include it in the quiz here because anyone from any department can run. Like there are so many different positions that you can run for that really no matter what your strengths are, like you can run. That's kind of like the whole point of the campaign and stuff. So basically, like, we really do need people to step forward as leaders and kind of, if you've ever considered running for office, if that's something that you think that you might be interested in, we have coordinators such as Jacob, who is here right now with us, that can kind of help get you ready for that.
I promise you, I don't bite. Neither does Sydney. None of us bite. We promise.
Awesome. So this is the You Can Run interest form. So I'm also going to send this one in the chat in case anybody is interested in that. And again, I will share this whole presentation in the Discord so you guys have access to this. But like it says, you do not need to be ready today. Curiosity is enough to start the conversation, and the coordinators don't bite. So get to know them and get involved. How this connects to kind of the presentation or the results that you might have gotten. Candidates from any department can run, but people that got organizing and programming, communications, or community support often find themselves really good for public leadership if you enjoy kind of working with people and also like getting things done and being organized. It's a little bit of everything. So again, anybody from any department can run. Does anybody have any questions for me about anything? Okay, wonderful. Well, that is what I got for you guys. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and send this full presentation in the Discord server, and I'm gonna give you guys some time to fill out that volunteer form if you would like to. And then our next event, again, is not going to be taking place here. It's going to be taking place on StreamYard, or YouTube Live is where you guys will be joining it. So we'll send out that link in the Discord server very shortly once we get it open. And then we will be announcing the results of the election for the party chair. So that will begin at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So you guys have about 20 minutes. So please take full advantage of these 20 minutes. I know that I am. Relax, get some water, fill out that volunteer form, and then meet us over on the YouTube Live in 20 minutes. Thank you all so much, and I'll be around for a couple minutes if anyone has questions.
Bye.
Bye, see you guys.
Good job.
Thanks.
How'd you come up with all these questions?
AI.
Yeah, but it was pretty good. I was like, wow, these are hard to choose between.
Innovative.
AI. I mean, AI is so useful if you know what prompts to give it. I feel like it can literally give you almost exactly, not exactly what you want. I usually have to tweak it a little bit because I'm like, why would you say that? But pretty.
That's the reason why it's used in certain enterprises lately. That's what we should know.
Awesome. Thank you, Terry. Your talk was awesome. That was really, really cool. I really appreciate it.
No worries. Thanks, Sydney, since I've never met you before because I've only met the other Sydney, and I was like, wait, so there's two Sydneys? Oh, okay.
Two Sydneys, yep. Just
I wish I
wanted to
differentiate this with the last name so that I know who is who with the looks. One is more cheery, the other one is more like, I'm ready to get through this already. That's the differences.
I am a very smiley person, that is for sure.
I mean, it fits. Gosh. Saying you can tell I'm getting used to this, like I said. So yeah, let me just spot this information. And I see what you were trying to recommend for the option 2, because apparently I see that some of the questions you were going through, I didn't answer them fast enough, so it kind of skipped over. So I just put a random letter down because I was like, I can't keep up with that.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna say you're in the Discord, so I'm gonna send it in the Discord, and then maybe you can kind of
run through it and answer the questions truthfully, because I see you got to ask AI to help me understand what I'm doing, because without that, I'm like thinking in my head, I know what I want, but like it's not based off of my blueprint, you know? Just saying. Because I know how I think. I literally had to ask AI, so even tell me this is what I'm doing and this is why I'm doing it. Oh, okay, now I get it. So.
Yep.
Yeah, those people that are doing that thing, I don't do it that way. That's where we want school. They don't count it as cheating because I know better.
Send the presentation in the chat just in case you wanted to look through it as well.
Okay, thanks.
Of course. I am like, my energy and my like mental capacity, I feel like slowly fading away.
That's a whole
that happened
mood.
That happened yesterday, right? Weren't you getting real tired by the end yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday was a long day. Yesterday was really long.
After all those meetings and how long that went with that live.
Yeah, yesterday was really long.
I was thinking how I was glad we were virtual. Like imagine like an in-person, you got to be there during like the meetings and all the people, the noise. Like, oh man.
I have to fix my permissions. Sorry, hold on. Everybody's trying to open it and I'm getting all these notifications.
Oops.
nobody can
Oh,
look at it.
Sydney. Yeah, that's
Okay,
because of the access. You gotta give it to people that you give the link to. That's the whole Google Doc feature, you know?
just changed it.
Just saying. I use them at my school, so I already know the pain of that already. So my professor's like, make sure you submit this, and if we can't access the link, we can't grade your papers. I'm like, oh, okay, thanks for letting me know. Man. I'm
Okay,
glad this quarter's over with, thankfully.
love people.
Right.
I'm gonna hop off. Does anyone have any questions for me before I go start the StreamYard YouTube live?
No, I'm gonna go head
No,
over
I'm
and
about to
find the
just hop
StreamYard
off.
link. Yeah.
All right, goodbye, everybody. Thank you, thank you.
Of course.